SEC's history, though they were, the first to really get going in '92 on the college football playoffs. They are always out front and going, but he does not expect them to expand sooner rather than later. That 16 is a good number for them.
Well, I think there's nobody the Big Ten's going to take, because Lance mentioned North Carolina, right? I think that's more Big Ten, North Carolina, Duke, if they were to come that way. But let's say that they eyeballed NC State and Virginia Tech, and the Big Ten came in and took them. It's not like, they're not other ACC teams you could go get and still get those footprints, right?
Yeah, I'm just, as a consumer, I'm looking for better games. And NC State and Virginia Tech, they're not bad programs.
They're not.
But it's not what you could get with Florida State and Clemson.
Yep. Yeah. And the problem that Florida State and Clemson is they just don't bring you the media markets, and they're not new states for the SEC. South Carolina and Florida aren't.
But I do, to disagree with Skipper and to go with what Lance is saying, I do feel like whether I'm watching football in Birmingham, Alabama, or Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, I am more likely to watch a Florida State, Alabama game or a Clemson, Alabama game, or a Florida State, Georgia, or Clemson, Georgia, than I am Virginia Tech or NC State in any of those teams.
Don't disagree with that.
As long as I'm watching in the big markets, it doesn't matter what footprint. Skipper added one more thing. Because the follow-up question, well, then what would you do if you're the ACC? And he goes, I don't think there's anything they can do. The best option they would have of getting more money from ESPN is if they merged with the Pac-12. And that would bring in, ESPN would be interested because it brings in another region of the country. It adds value to the ACC network at that point. But it does create a huge problem scheduling.
It was a big travel issue, but I have read where there have been talks about at least a scheduling alliance between the two. A lot more Pac-12 ACC games. Does not fire me up.
I've never understood scheduling allowances.
Doesn't fire me up at all. Like, I'm going to see NC State, Arizona State. That does not do a whole lot for me.
Yeah. He said you would divide it into a Western Conference and an Eastern Conference, which, by the way, is just new conferences. Right?
I know.
Should have got out in front of this and brought SC and UCLA in.
Who? The SEC?
Mm-hmm. The SEC? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that would have been.
I mean, if you're looking for markets.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a big market.
If you said, okay, we're not going to stop with Oklahoma, Texas, go ahead. If USC and UCLA is willing to listen, bring them in. You'd have those 18 teams. And
look, and the SEC's got money. Everybody talks about geography now. Geography's been out the window for years. I don't think the SEC would have any problems flying back and forth to California.
Have you ever read Skipper's story that got him out of ESPN?
I did not.
He had a cocaine habit. And this is all from him. This is not like reported that he told the story. He had a cocaine habit, and he was very careful who he bought it from because he works for Disney. And he's like, I knew if I got popped, Disney's a family company. my job's gone.
Yeah. In a Mickey voice. Oh, no.
Yes, very much.
Sounded more like Mr. Bill.
Yeah. So he's on the road. I can't remember where he was, but he's on the road and he needs his fix. No, it was a big city. I want to say Chicago. Needs his fix, finds a guy, and the guy somehow figured out who he was and tried to blackmail him. It's kind of a serious story.
Oh, sorry.
Not the most ethical business, so I'm not saying you can trust your drug dealer.
Exactly. So he tries to blackmail him, and basically Skipper's like, I'm not going to let you blackmail me. I'll just give this job up, and I'll address the problem that I have. So he left ESPN, went to rehab.
Well, see, I admire that.
I do, too.
I mean, I admire the fact that he got it. He says he's clean now, or at least last time I saw him interviewed.
I will say this, though, probably 9 out of 10 times when somebody tries to extort money from you, they're going to try it again. So if Skipper would have paid him, and I'm sure he went to his attorneys and they talked this thing out.
Not the last time you pay him.
Yeah. And that's what I like about it is you can't blackmail me because I'm not ashamed of this. I'll just admit it and quit this job and we'll find something else to do.
But he also knew that there was no going in and saying, I'll fix myself because it was Disney.
That's right. All right. That's the show today, man. Thanks, everyone, for being a part of it. We're back at it at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow. And then Friday, we're up at Losers. Which is what Brown just called me for trying to throw Disney voices into a serious story. We're at Losers, the great historic bar on Broadway, for our show on Friday. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's getaway day for us. We're on our way up to Nashville after the show. A lot of you folks are heading up there. Auburn fans on the road tonight for the Tigers in action against Arkansas. And then tomorrow, Alabama goes at 12 noon. We'll be up there for those games. Looking forward to the weekend in Nashville in the SEC basketball tournament. We'll talk about that. We're at Losers on Broadway, the bar right across from Bridgestone, right there on historic Broadway in downtown Nashville. Losers tomorrow, 9 to 12, our show. Come by and see us, and then we'll all walk in there and watch the SEC basketball tournament with Alabama playing in that first game. A lot of football news to get to, some teams surviving the bubble last night. We'll talk to Wendell Green Jr., Auburn guard, in our next segment, part of our NIL deal with him. He'll be first up right out of the gate here. We'll talk to Wendell throughout the NCAA championship game. So Wendell Green Jr. every week with us, and we appreciate him being with us. And Amari Burnett joined us yesterday. You can get that podcasted anywhere you get the Next Round. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. All right, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, everyone else here. We start with the fact that Alabama yesterday allowed Brandon Miller and players to speak for the first time. We had Amari Burnett on, then they had the news conference right after our show. Tyler, we'll start with cut one, and we'll just run through 1 through 4 there on your cut sheet. It was Brandon Miller's first time behind a microphone since that shooting, since that news conference that revealed that he had driven to the scene to pick up Darius Miles and them. So Brandon had this to say when he gets asked about how he's handling the off-the-court issues.
For Brandon, obviously, there's been some stuff happening off the court. Just, do you have any comment on that and how this has kind of transpired for you and dealing with it?
I never lose sight of the fact a family has lost one of their loved ones that night. This whole situation is just really heartbreaking. But respectfully, that's all I'm going to be able to say about on that.
Obviously, with the investigation ongoing, there is only so much he can say at this time. Brandon Miller, though, would go on and gets asked how he wants to be remembered at Alabama. Cut number 2, Tyler. Here's Brandon Miller.
One thing, I want to be remembered as a champion. I know JQ has a ring on his under his name. I feel like, where I'm from, so I feel like we can go to Nashville. We can go to Nashville and win another ring. So I feel like that's just the biggest thing with us. Just want to be known as a winning team.
So that's Brandon Miller's comments yesterday, asked about the off-the-court issues, and then back to basketball, and something he's been playing since that night back in January. Now, ESPN is out today about 3 hours ago now with a story, several reporters, including their investigative team, working on that story. And, guys, we've all had a chance to read it this morning. It includes ESPN seeing video of the scene that night of the shooting that took the life of Jameer Harris and then left others shot and injured. Multiple 911 calls. What was your takeaway after reading that story, Brown? The first one thing that popped out of the ESPN reporting.
Well, you've obviously got a prosecution side of the story and a defense attorney side of the story, and we saw the defense attorney side of the story. The prosecution presented some of theirs in the preliminary hearing there, but they'll unload a lot more of it, obviously, during the actual trial. But one of the things that stood out in the Jim Standridge, who is the attorney for Brandon Miller, in the Jim Standridge release, where he gave Brandon Miller's side of the events, which, based on that quote, I'm assuming that'll be the only time we hear that. One thing he talked about was the fact that Brandon Miller had left the scene. He'd gone somewhere to get something to eat. He'd gotten a text to come back and pick his crew up there. And he never said, he did not read the text that indicated that there was trouble and that Darius Miles needed the gun that was in the car. But I'd always wondered, what the video showed on the timeline. Okay. So the text we knew arrived at 1:38. The video shows at 1:43. So you got about a 5-minute window in there. So for those that think, Miller saw it and he rushed to the scene with a gun, that may not be the case. I don't know. There's a 5-minute window. I just always was curious exactly what that window was and if the video backed that up, and apparently it does. And the other thing is the video backs up the claim that Jim Standridge made that Brandon Miller did not intentionally block in the car of the deceased, that he was parked there and the car pulled up behind him.
Yeah. Video
and according
evidence.
to ESPN, video evidence does back that up as well. And we had said all along, I mean, look, the defense attorney is going to do his very best to make his client look as innocent as possible, or as good as possible in this case. But he'd also be an idiot to say stuff that he knew easily accessible video contradicted. So when you read this, that ESPN now has watched the video and it backs up some of what is in that statement. That's the part that jumped out at me there.
Yeah, look, I mean, nothing incriminating, any more incriminating for Brandon Miller. The thing that jumped out to me was Miles goes to Miller's car. He opens the right side passenger door. He goes through clothes. Apparently that's when he got the gun. That's when he said the heat is in the hat. Is there one in the head, meaning it's loaded? And then he walks his girlfriend and her friend into the alley behind the Houndstooth parking lot. To me, that shows you that they knew something was going down.
Now, their side of the story is they're trying to get her out of a fight, and that's their side. That's their account of the story, apparently.
And ESPN does say there's a fight that has broken out between several young ladies in the story, and Miles claims that he was trying to keep his girl away from the fight of the girls already that was ongoing.
Yeah, but wouldn't you think that a fight, not with this party, though, this is a separate fight altogether.
No, it's a separate fight that has slowed traffic down.
Yeah, wouldn't they be safer with Miles, though?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know that you can determine that. I wasn't there. I don't know the situation.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, why would you move them by themselves and then go back
I think
to the car?
the suggestion was they had gotten involved in a fight with the people in that car, and he was getting them out of the way of that fight. Now, obviously, the prosecution's going to take the side you've taken there. That's clear sign that you intended to do some harm there.
So those are you can read the whole story at ESPN.com.
It's long.
It is, but it's not on the main page of ESPN, or at least it wasn't when I read it this morning. It's on the men's basketball page, the main story there. But it's making the rounds this morning. You can go read it in its entirety for yourself and pull out the details you find the most interesting. But Brandon Miller did speak yesterday, and there's a reason why. You asked why now? Why now is Brandon Miller behind a microphone? And that's because they're off to postseason. And when you get to the postseason, and Brown, you may be able to explain this better than me, but your media team now, there are certain guidelines at the SEC and then the NCAA tournament that Alabama media reps don't totally control the whole situation, and that includes open locker rooms in some
there
places.
are open locker rooms. I don't know that you're required to send anyone to the podium. I don't know what the exact requirements are. For instance,
usually it's a coach and two players.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Sometimes more.
I don't know if the school picks the players or if the conference or the NCAA picks the players. So I don't know the answer to that question. Now, I will say, if I'm the SEC, the one thing I do not want is Brandon Miller sitting at my podium having to answer those questions. So if I'm the SEC and I'm picking, I'm probably not picking him.
Yeah.
But you do have open locker rooms, and you can get the players out of the open locker room area where they can't be interviewed. They're, quote, unquote, getting treatment. So I don't know that Brandon Miller was going to have to face a microphone, mandatorily face a microphone coming up. But I do know that what you did yesterday allows him now to say, hey, I spoke on this to the media in Tuscaloosa, and that's all I'm saying about it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you don't have to do it the rest of the tournament, or you'll have that statement to go back to for the rest of the postseason.
I thought one other interesting thing, again, that article that we're talking about on ESPN.com right now, really wordy. I don't know how much you can really gather from that you haven't already heard. A
lot of it was, LT was stuff that has already been reported by several different people and discussed, and they get you to that, and then they build you up for we saw the video, new information. So I don't know what you're about to add, but for me, it confirmed a lot of stuff that has already been reported, and it's got a lot of emotional stuff because they talk to Miss Harris's family, and that's really the heartbreaking side of this and the part of the story when you hear about a FaceTime call before the incident with little Kane and things like that.
You know, we had heard that Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley were at the scene. We didn't know to the depth of that, but I would think that 99% of people didn't know until the preliminary hearing on February 21st. So the incident goes down on January 14th. So 5 weeks. What surprised me was it was confirmed there were 2 bullet holes in Brandon Miller's windows. And I don't know about, like, if I see y'all's cars every day. If I saw bullet holes in your windows, I'd be like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
I'm just a little surprised that didn't get. I wonder how quickly that windshield was taken out.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do feel like that team meeting, which was described as emotional the next day, and remember we played Nate Oates' news conference on Monday from that Sunday, from that meeting, that it seemed like there was a lot of information they knew there because the team was so emotional about it. And you would imagine if you had a car that had been shot into a couple of times, you would have been shaken a little bit too. I know I would have been.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, you know, if even if I see a car on 280 with a couple of bullet holes in the window, I'm like, damn, what happened here? And I'm sure he's a very visible guy on campus and driving around. It's just a little surprising that nobody saw that.
So that is Brandon Miller speaking yesterday for the first time since the testimony tied him to the scene of that murder back in January. The legal proceedings continue, as does basketball season for Alabama and for Brandon Miller as they head up to Nashville for the SEC basketball tournament. We will jump in to everything going on the court, including Auburn with a big game as we roll in. And Wendell Green is next with us in the next segment. Doug Gottlieb joins us this hour as well. Daryl Johnston joins us at 11 Central to talk about not only the USFL, but some of the big movement going on in the National Football League. And then we'll catch up with Rockstar from the road coming up in the final hour of the show. That is being brought to you today in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson and the folks there. I've been telling you since that massive windstorm last week that Greg can get up and check your shingles for you to see if you had any roof damage. The wind can crease, loosen your shingles, which causes massive water damage up there. Doesn't have to be a tree through your roof to need roof repairs. It can just be shingles getting loose up there that can cause a major problem. Greg can get up there and give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. In fact, this is the best way to check your roof now after a major windstorm because you don't know what the damage is after the wind. Greg can get up there and check it out for you. All you have to do is call this number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him with the best warranties in the business. It's Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. So at the SEC basketball tournament last night, LSU beats Georgia. Ole Miss beats South Carolina, now setting up the first full day of action. We get going at 12 noon at Bridgestone with Mississippi State a 3-point favorite against Florida. Winner gets Alabama tomorrow. You know, I've been bouncing around. As you see, our bracket there now filled out to the next round. Taylor Corn keeping that bracket updated through the weekend. Mississippi State is one of those teams I was reading that if they make the tournament, and it is trending into the direction it looks like they would make the tournament, if they make the tournament, they're one of the dark horses that could, you know, quote unquote, break your bracket and play into the second weekend. They've made them in Missouri have made that list of 6 Power 5 teams that could sort of break your bracket if they are in the tournament.
So State in Missouri is who they're talking about?
Missouri, yeah.
So, and I noticed Lenardi today has State in his last 4 buys. He doesn't even have them having to go to Dayton, so they just continue to move up. So you would think, at least in his eyes, a win over Florida locks you in and keeps you out of Dayton.
Yeah.
Because if you lose to Alabama, it's not going to be a bad loss.
In fact, you may improve a little bit in the net.
Yeah, you never know just for playing another, highly ranked team. State is, Lance, they're an elite defensive team. Their offense can disappear for long periods at a time, and that's what worries you. I mean, you can always have another day like you did at Auburn where you're 0 of 18 from beyond the arc. You're not going to win an NCAA tournament game doing that, but they're an elite defensive team.
Yeah. I mean, Mississippi State's second in the SEC in defense, allowing just a little over 60 points per game. Florida beat them earlier this year, but that was with Colin Castleton. There's a reason Mississippi State's a 5.5-point favorite. I am going to be shocked, though, if they lose this game and they still get in. I know they're
think so?
securely in right now, but to me, I mean, they are just living off 2 out-of-conference wins in Marquette.
But the thing you always got, and I think I'm just as guilty of doing this, is I focus Lance on that team and lose focus on everybody else around them.
That's right.
I mean, there's everybody that's in that neighborhood doesn't have a good resume, or they'd be in the tournament already. So, you're trying to pick the best looking ugly girl sometimes in that situation, or ugly guy. You're trying to pick the best looking ugly person in that situation. So those 2 wins for State are going to go a long way. That's 2 good wins for them.
I get it. And the SEC, as we've talked about, is a really good conference, but they're 3-3 in their last 6 games.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Mississippi State does in that game today. They're a 3-point favorite. That's the first one out of the gate.
It's up to 5.5, actually.
Up to 5.5, says LT there. Tennessee and Ole Miss. The second game in the afternoon session, Ole Miss coming off the win last night. Arkansas and Auburn at 6 o'clock tonight, followed by Vandy and LSU. On that Arkansas-Auburn game, from our friends at ABC 30 through 40 who are a day ahead of us up in Nashville, they had a chance in a group to talk to Bruce Pearl after the shoot-around yesterday. Here's Bruce talking about this SEC tournament field and what LT was just talking about, how deep this tournament field is.
If you get Arkansas, you get A&M. If you get A&M, you might get Kentucky. The bottom half of the bracket is strong.
It's very strong, but the league's been really, really good and really competitive. I'm really proud of this league and how far the league has come since I've been in it. Gosh, my first year, how about this, 2004-05 at Tennessee. A lot of dark hair and a lot of years ago and a lot of great memories. But the league is much, much better now, top to bottom. Great coaches, great fan bases, and great support. Well, I think there are about 8 teams that can win this tournament. I do. And, I think that it's going to be very competitive, and it's going to be a great champion will be crowned. Auburn could win the tournament.
Auburn could win the tournament, and they could. How many of these teams in Nashville do you think could run the table and cut down the net Sunday?
Yeah, I think I said 6 yesterday.
6, but Auburn was one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I would go Alabama, I would go A&M, I would go Tennessee, I would go Auburn, I would go Kentucky, and then my 6th was Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah. So
I don't think that Vanderbilt, Mississippi State,
Missouri.
Yeah, or Missouri. I think those teams could win a couple of games and upset a couple of people, but I don't think that they've got enough to roll out through Sunday.
I looked yesterday, I have to qualify this, of a team that's going to be in the NCAA tournament, like Auburn is. I don't know that you can find a team that has a tougher path in their conference tournament. I mean, that's a tough path. I did find TCU, however, who's in this tournament. They will have to beat, if they play the highest seeded team in each round, Kansas State, Texas, and Kansas, to win this thing.
Yeah. That's tough.
That's a tough road right there. So maybe TCU's got it a little bit tougher than Auburn, but not many teams in this country do.
Auburn getting that shoot-around yesterday up in Nashville. Dylan Cardwell getting the work in, so it looks like he is available to play tonight against Arkansas in that contest. Last I have here is Arkansas was a 2-point favorite. Has that one changed?
Yeah, no. Arkansas is a slight I thought it was 1.5. I'll tell you right now, just updating this. By the way, Arkansas 2-5 in their last 7. Arkansas's up to 3.5.
Up to 3.5 there for that. LT will have a lot coming up later on. That's day 1 there. UAB in action. A little bit about Conference USA. And then Wendell Green coming up. But first, let's hear about our friends at Gutter Cap. We talked about getting your roof right. How about getting those gutters right? Same situation here. If the gutters aren't right, tremendous water damage for your home.
Yes, and it's going to be raining throughout the area today. You need to keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a padded aluminum panel. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Call 823-2212. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Rice beat UTSA last night, 72-71. So it's Rice in UAB tonight, 8:30. ESPN Plus streaming if you want to watch that tonight out in Frisco in the Conference USA tournament. UAB needs 3 wins to get to the NCAA tournament. A Thursday, Friday, Saturday run for them punches their ticket. They won the tournament last year. They won it one other time in 2015 in Conference USA. So they'll take a whack at that tonight.
And they are a true bid stealer. UAB or North Texas or any of those people. Like, if you're one of these teams on the bubble, buddy, you better be a big Florida Atlantic fan in this tournament.
Your point being bid stealer means Florida Atlantic's in regardless. Yep. That's eating up another at-large bid.
Yeah, so if UAB wins this thing, they're knocking somebody out, or North Texas or whoever it is, they're knocking somebody out of the NCAA tournament and taking that spot. So most of the not most of the time, but a lot of times by now you're past the bid stealer stage. A lot of times that happens, in some of those smaller tournaments. But UAB, North Texas, those non-Florida Atlantic Conference USA teams are absolutely bid stealers.
Yeah, but I think it happens in the power conferences, maybe even more. Like a Vanderbilt, if they ran the table, may have 9 SEC teams. The extra conference USA.
Yeah, I don't know how often you see that.
You don't see it a ton, but like that year, was it Georgia, the tornado year? They made a run.
Yeah, they did. Got in the tournament, got Dennis Felton extended, and then had to fire him.
Last night, Wisconsin, their bubble popped. They got beat by Ohio State. Pitt and NC State secured their trip. Virginia Tech got eliminated. Not officially, but it looks like with their loss, they're on their way to the NIT. In big wins for North Carolina, Oklahoma State, and West Virginia and Arizona State, all 4 teams that are either right side of the bubble, wrong side of the bubble, but definitely needed to win yesterday or last night to keep their NCAA tournament hopes alive. It was a big one for North Carolina over Boston College. They'll take another whack today at the ACC tournament. No automatic bids today. It's all into the major conference tournaments, so no championship games today. But obviously some work to be done for some bubble teams in these tournaments. We'll speak to one of those teams that was on the bubble at one point, but a win over Tennessee secured Auburn's spot in the NCAA tournament. We'll talk to the man who put 20-plus up again this past weekend. Wendell Green Jr. is coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power, keeping you connected if you lose your power. Always an easy way to contact them, and a lot more. Easy to pay as well.
It is with Alabama Power. In fact, I did it this morning. Paid my power bill this morning. Lights get to stay on at the Brown House another month.
All right.
Yeah, you get more options with Alabama Power. Ease of control when paying your power bill. You can use the digital wallet. Secure and offers convenient payment methods you are probably already familiar with, like Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started today.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Hey college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
One football note to tell you, Josh Gaddis has been hired as the Maryland offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, joining Mike Locksley there. And Zach Spavital, former Texas State defensive coordinator, is also on that staff now, too, as a safeties coach. So Mike Locksley's Maryland coaching staff getting pretty solid up there in College Park. Let's talk a little basketball. Let's head to Nashville, man.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We are so excited that Wendell Green is going to join us from Auburn weekly throughout the NCAA tournament. It's presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We're focusing on basketball, but don't forget about keeping your car in top shape. The ASE-certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. Wendell with us from Nashville, side of the SEC tournament, where they'll be playing later tonight against Arkansas. What's up, Wendell? How are you today?
What's going on, man? I feel good. How y'all doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. If I got the quote
That's
right,
good.
We don't like Arkansas, I think is what you said. Am I misquoting you there?
Nah, not at all.
Why do Wendell Green and Auburn not like Arkansas?
I think it's becoming a rivalry game. You know, we only played them once a year the past 2 years, at least since I've been here. They beat us on their home court last year. We beat them on our home court this year, and now we get to play them on a neutral site in the first round of the tournament. So, you know, it's starting to build up to a good rivalry, and it should be fun.
Yeah, you guys handled them well, 72-59. You had 19 in that game. But how different is this Arkansas team now that they're whole with Nick Smith?
I think the main thing they're different with is just offensively. You know, they have another dynamic guard and Nick Smith, you know, a future lottery pick. So, you know, I think just offensively they have a lot more length too, with him being around 6'4". But I think that's the main thing. But we could just, you know, tame him down. He's going to get a lot of shots, but and just stick to our game plan. I think we'll have a good chance.
Wendell, what'd you learn about your team, you and your teammates, after the Kentucky disaster, and then to play so well and then lose a close one in Tuscaloosa, and then still have the fortitude to come back, beat Tennessee, and punch your NCAA tournament ticket? What'd you learn about your group there with what happened in those 3 games? Because that was a roller coaster.
Yeah, I think, you know, even before the Kentucky game, you know, we lost a few, you know, close games, you know, under 5 points. And then to lose like that, you know, that can deflate a team, you know, for the rest of the season, especially at that point in the season, late. But first to just come back and, you know, go to Alabama and, you know, have a chance to win, go to overtime, and a game we felt like we should have won, and then beat a top 15 team at home. You know, it just showed our character and how we just always can get past it, win or lose, and get to the next game.
Wendell Green with us weekly throughout the tournament, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Don't let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans this March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. So most all the bracketologists have you guys like in the 8-9 game. Your assistant coach, Stephen Pearl, was on with us Tuesday, and he said all their matrix, all their information says easily in this tournament. But in that locker room, how do you avoid just taking that deep breath and say, okay, well, we've earned our way in the tournament, and losing a little bit of focus?
I don't think we're going to lose any focus. I think throughout the whole year, you know, we took every game seriously, no matter the ranking of the opponent or their record. So I mean, the main goal now is just one game at a time and try to win 4 and win the SEC tournament. So I don't think we've lost any type of focus.
You've got 8.5 hours till 6 o'clock tip tonight. Do you have any pregame ritual? I mean, what will you do the rest of the day?
I mean, the regular, we got film and shoot around. And then after pregame meal, I always got to take me a little 1 hour nap. That's my main ritual right there. Got to just try to reset my whole day, start over when I wake up for game time. But the pregame nap is for sure my ritual.
So I show my age here. I try to get a nap pretty much every day. I know your nap is a little different. Sometimes I can't get a nap. That pregame nap, are you always able to fall, fast asleep and get about an hour in?
Not even just fall fast asleep. We probably get back to my room about 2 hours before it's time to leave. Even home games. But, I'm just sitting there with my eyes closed, just thinking. That's one of the main things. Like, if I'm not falling asleep yet, just thinking about the game and, what I have to do to, get the team ready. And I think that's the main thing when I'm trying to fall asleep.
But there's also a limit on naps because at some point I wake up and I just feel groggy the rest of the day. So you got to be disciplined, right? You can't make it an hour and a half or you're going to be a mess.
Yeah, just an hour. It can't be an hour and a half or 2 hours. You just got to be strictly an hour.
Yeah, I've always wondered, man. Do you guys get to order room service, or do you have to eat in a banquet room or something? Is it open room service when you're on the road?
It is open room service, but they feed us a lot in the banquet room. So that's the main thing. It's free, so that's the main thing I'm eating.
Yeah, I'm not a big room service guy. I never think it tastes
I like
good.
Room service.
I can't stand it.
You stayed at the wrong hotel.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's okay, Wendell. It's okay, Wendell.
Yeah, I never liked the room service.
Well, they bring it to you. That's the key, right? They bring it to you.
I like room service breakfast, though. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, beats getting out of bed. Yeah. All right, he is Wendell Green, Auburn and Arkansas tonight, Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, and their first game of the SEC tournament. Wendell will be with us each week throughout the NCAA tournament as well. Wendell, thank you very much for the time. Good luck tonight against the Hogs.
Sir. Appreciate you guys. You guys have a good day.
You too, buddy. Thank you.
Get him, man.
Right.
Wendell with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's going to join us every week through the tournament, courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Don't let car trouble interfere with your basketball plans this March. For the best service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I mean, think back to, Brown, we're sitting there at SEC basketball media days, right in the middle of football season.
Yep.
How long ago was that?
It was a long time ago. I remember that was when we sat down with Wendell. We actually talked about him being baptized in the Jordan River.
Yeah, well, that's why I bring it back up. But it seems forever ago.
Yeah, what was that, November?
I think it was October.
Yeah.
It was October.
It was right after Alabama, Tennessee, because I remember all the SEC officials giving you grief about
helping Nick Saban off the field.
Being Alabama security. So, it was right after the Bama-Tennessee game.
Yeah. So, just forever ago. That's such a long season. And
But, a lot of people don't really get into basketball until football's done, and so then it really seems like a condensed season.
Yeah, for us. Yeah. I'm talking about for Wendell Green and those guys. I mean, he's done his pregame routine for, 31 games now? Just a long season. But I would imagine, Lance, as you get ready to tell us about our friends at Simpio, that it's like like we did a fresh start here, we called our friends at Simpio. For them, when they get to a tournament now, to a bracket, this SEC tournament, and then next week the NCAA tournament, you almost feel like you got fresh legs at that point, right? It's like start of a new season. At least it would be to me.
Yeah, I would agree. By the way, Simpio, they take care of all the BS in every single office. One of the first calls we made was to Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Doug Gottlieb joins us in the next segment, JP101977. Put that in your pop song and smoke it. Didn't Gaddis take credit for Loxley's offense while he was at Alabama? I do sort of remember that when he was at Michigan, when he went to Michigan. It seems like Mike Loxley's success as the OC, everything except the national championship game, Gaddis did seem like he took a little credit for that. It's nice to see those two be able to not burn any bridges.
I mean, I guess not. I think ultimately when you're a coach, you want the best coaches around you. I mean, we've seen Nick Saban. Lance Thompson seems like he's I think Travis Reier said it best on our show one day about Lance Thompson that he destroyed the Lurleen B. Wallace Bridge and made it unbuildable again on his way out of Tuscaloosa, and still Nick Saban brought it back. So I think when you're a coach, man, a lot of these guys you hire mercenaries anyway. So you can probably swallow a lot if you think it means winning games. And let's say this about Josh Gaddis. The guy's only 2 years removed from being the Broyles Award winner as the best assistant in the country with that Michigan offense.
Well, I mean, look.
I don't know what happened in
People
Miami.
get a divorce and they remarry the same woman.
I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to me that it happens. I've seen it happen.
And then there's the mistress Mario Cristobal in Miami that Josh Gaddis was there just for a blink of the eye. Now he's off to Maryland.
Yeah. It was a quick weekend affair, wasn't it?
It burned quickly down there. All right. Last night, and we've all seen the video now, Phoenix is warming up. And Kevin Durant, I really thought this was like a spoof video from years ago. The first I saw was like a fan's video. He was just happened to be shooting at the time of the warm-ups. And Kevin Durant goes down last night, slipping during warm-up. And, I mean, he's barely like 2 inches off the court as he goes down on the ground. I didn't think it was real. In fact, I didn't even think it was Kevin Durant to start with. Now I've seen the TV videos and all of that. It is one of the weirdest injuries I think I've seen.
Yeah, and he missed the layup, by the way. But it did look really, really awkward. And to think about that's his Phoenix debut, at least in Phoenix. But they still go on and win the game. We had them up, one of our plays last night, by the way. Long-term –
Could be a couple of weeks he could be out.
I mean, Devin Booker is really good. I think he had 44 last night. But in order for Phoenix to do what they want to do, one of the reasons they acquired Kevin Durant was to win a championship. And if Durant is not 100%, it's not going to happen.
Can y'all think of the most awkward injury you've seen?
Seen?
Yeah, or seen video of, not in person.
Yeah, real quick, though, as you think about that, Brown, Durant over the last 4 seasons has missed more games than he's played. That's a problem.
No, absolutely.
It is a huge problem.
If you're not on the court.
Yeah, I really can't remember like one I would call awkward or strange.
Didn't one guy like in the NFL headbutt after a touchdown the wall?
Trey Green.
No, that was it Gus? I thought it was Gus Farad.
Yeah,
Gus Farad.
And basically concussed himself.
He did. He did.
Jammed his neck.
Yeah. You didn't see this, but I always thought, was it Vince Coleman that got caught under the automatic tarp at Busch Stadium? Yeah, and he was maybe the best base stealer in the game at the time.
At the time, didn't my kicker, Martin Gramatica, didn't he hit a big kick, jump up, and tore his ACL when he landed?
Yeah, did.
As a kicker? I mean, those are some weird injuries.
I mean, Jeff Kent hurting himself washing his car had to look weird, but we never saw the video.
Yeah, because most people think he was on a motorcycle.
Yeah. Michael says there have been a lot of ACL tears celebrating in the NFL. That's my kicker, Gramatica, tore his ACL jumping in celebration.
That hit the home run a couple of years ago that he hurt himself on the plate.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He jumped on the plate and then went down to the ground.
Like jammed
and
his
they're
back
all
or
jumping
something.
around him.
And he's like, no, I'm hurt.
Yeah, I'm really hurt, guys. I'm not faking.
This is not an orchestrated celebration.
All right. One more thing here before we take a break. And earmuffs for some. Forster.
We got cuss?
Forster has spent all morning bleeping this out. And he and I agree. This is an amazing soundbite, cut number 12, if you will, Tyler. Fred Van Vliet last night plays for Toronto. And
this is one of the biggest rants on officials I've ever seen.
Well, that's what I'm setting up here, LT, is it not only is it's the calm. I mean, I've heard rants before, but he's as calm about this. But he is cussing left and right, and he does not like which one official is it? Bobby Bell, Bobby Baker. He'll mention him here by name, by the way.
He calls him by name.
Yeah, and calls him a couple of D words that I've been called on the show by LT too. Listen.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was fucking terrible tonight. I thought that on most nights, a couple of out of the 3, there's 1 or 2 that just the game up. And it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bullshit tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. And, most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. They communicate well. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of fucks the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit. They come to see the players. And I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was. And it's been disappointing this season. You could look up most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal, and it's never a good place to be. That's not why we lost tonight. We got outplayed, but it definitely makes it tougher.
I mean, to be fair, if I had just read the transcript of that, I would have thought this guy is
screaming.
He's got it cranked to 10. That is the calmest you'll ever see anybody just eviscerate someone, I think.
Yeah, and I thought it was. It's pretty hilarious. And if the ESPYs gave out an award for like best post game, Fred VanVleet should get it.
Yeah. So that's Ben Taylor is not on his Christmas list.
No.
He will get fined. Did Bruce Pearl ever get fined?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I didn't think he would for that one.
See, I did.
I thought, and maybe they don't announce the fines. I don't know, but I don't think he did. That's an easy fine, and he even says it up front. I'll take the fine on this one. It's worth it for me.
JP over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Tony Finau at the Masters Par 3 did roll that ankle, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Hole in 101, running to celebrate.
Then he popped it back in.
Casually popped it in and played the round.
That makes me cringe just thinking about it. Our friends at University Fan Cards want you to be ready for not only your madness in March, but your summer counting down to football and then next football season. Why not roll around with your favorite team on your debit card?
Hey, check out those fan cards. Like Jim said, it's a debit card. Two things. You love your team and you use debit card all the time. Why not combine the two with University Fan Cards? More than 30 officially licensed debit cards for the biggest teams. That includes Alabama and Auburn. Set up direct deposit for your chances to win game tickets. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
All right.
Madness going all over the place, including UAB in action tonight in Frisco. We've got Auburn in action tonight. Alabama goes at noon tomorrow. We're in Nashville tomorrow, starting our weekend coverage up there from the SEC tournament. Let's talk more hoops right now, man.
Doug Gottlieb is going to join us. A reminder, you can visit Nichols Outfitters I-65, exit 242 and Pelham, one of the best firearm showrooms around. Great hunting gear, great fishing gear, all right there. And a wonderful place at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Doug Gottlieb with us now. You can follow him on Twitter at Gottlieb Show. You'll hear him on Westwood One, Fox Sports Radio, all over the place, and loves talking college hoops. What's up, Doug? How are you today?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. We'll start with a little bit of breaking news. I don't think it'll affect the game that much, but Bill Self not coaching today in the Big 12 tournament because of an illness. That's going to be a super competitive tournament. I guess as a player, though, I mean, what kind of impact would that have if you find out, I got basically an interim coach for a game?
Well, I mean, the first thing is Bill's not only an Oklahoma State alum, former Oklahoma State point guard, dear friend of mine, and I hope he's feeling better. I don't know the depth of the illness, but I have been told that he's hopefully going to be okay. So, but anyway, that's the first thing. Norm Roberts, has been a head coach at St. John's. He's been his right-hand man going back, before he took the St. John's job. So he's obviously equipped, but Bill is probably the best game coach in college basketball. Maybe not probably, in terms of his adjustments, not just his command and control of everything Kansas basketball. So not having him is a dramatic change. And I can contend that, I don't know if you know, of the last 20 years, they've won or tied the Big 12 Big 12 regular season championship 17 times. Mm-hmm. He's never finished lower than third. It's crazy. And I think, honestly, it's one of the reasons that at times they've been bounced earlier in the tournament than maybe their seed said they should have. Most of that was early on in his tenure there, but it's because he can coach him to 3 or 4 wins. Plus, at Fogg, they get every call. So they win a couple more games in the regular season than they should, which inflates their resume. And then all of a sudden you get the NCAA tournament. Maybe they're not as dominant, but come off a national championship when they're down, I think 15 at the half last year. A lot of that was self. So yeah, it's different. And it opens up that tournament, makes you think, okay, let's see what Kansas is going to look like. And hopefully he's back. But if it's an illness that keeps him out for a while, this is a team that should be the number 1 overall seed. Not having their head coach, especially a great game coach, is a dramatic change.
Hey, Doug, sticking with coaching before we get into the tournament, 2 coaches out yesterday, one legendary and Jim Boeheim from Syracuse, Mark Adams, a little controversy there, Texas Tech. Either one of those guys being out surprise you at all?
No, the Mark Adams stuff, a lot of that was all that nastiness was in January when they were losing. And Mark Adams, I don't believe to be a racist. I think that they're simply trying to get out of paying him. And it's just part of the fact that there's a disconnect in many ways between his actions and his words with players, with donors, and it just spiraled completely out of control. They made some really odd decisions in the portal, and that thing was a dumpster fire. For Boeheim, it's sad, really, because a couple years ago they snuck into the Final Four. The program is not where it was when it was in the Big East. They shouldn't have joined the ACC. And many of the things that Boeheim has said have a ton of reality to them. But it was the way in which he said them. And I've been just as guilty of it as anybody. But as a senior citizen, a head coach, and a guy who's been in a place for 47 years, you can go out as the lovable grandfather, or you can go out as the crotchety old man. And he went out as the crotchety old man. That was so uncomfortable yesterday where they're like, are you retiring? I didn't say that. Well, do you want to come back? I didn't say that. Okay, so what do you say? That's the university. It's wait, what? But if you follow Jim Boeheim, that is right on brand, right? Yeah. That is uncomfortable is his brand. And he killed it yesterday.
Yeah, I'm the crotchety old man on this show, Gottlieb. So, but you look at the vacancies, a void now in that conference in the last 18 months or so. Roy and Coach K, Boeheim, Mike Bray in this cycle. That's some coaching legends that the powerful ACC's got to fill. How do you think the new guys are doing in those roles at Carolina and Duke right now? And do you think Carolina makes
Louisville?
it? Yeah.
Have you seen Louisville?
And Louisville. Thank you. Thank you.
Listen. I told all my friends I saw Louisville play early in the year against I think Bellarmine, who's just went D1 or whatever. And I started tweeting about it, and I was just like, look, you need to ride this wave here and just fade Louisville every game. and I think they covered 4 or 5 times, like all year max. They are awful. It's like, I love Red Autry to death. He's a great dude. He's a Cuse legend, but like, you're going to keep that whole staff together. That's who put together this roster that we've seen. So they got to get to work in fixing the Cuse. How's it worked? I mean, I think Shire's probably done the best of any of these guys. Granted, we haven't seen him coach in the NCAA tournament or even the ACC tournament, but in terms of keeping the recruiting train going, I think he has a really good in-game feel and demeanor. But this is why, I've advised so many of my friends in coaching to go to the ACC, to some of these other jobs over the past 4 or 5 years, because everybody knew Boeheim was coming to an end, Roy was coming to an end, Coach K was coming to an end, Pitino when he left, Louisville. It's a big reason why other coaches have desired to be in the ACC. The problem is that the ACC ain't wired like the SEC. Most of those schools, small private schools, not nearly the donor funding. They don't have the football money, and they don't have they're not wired for NIL. Whereas the SEC are like, dude, we kind of know how this works, and we can do it now legally now and figure it all out. And then they have football money as well. So I think the ACC is going to continue to struggle, especially those small private schools, to compete in the new world order, because, like Wake Forest and now Wake's been able to be decent. And obviously it's interesting that Boeheim lost against a school that he said bought a team. But, when you have a smaller alumni base, no matter how wealthy they are, your first order of business is, hey, fellas, we got to get this collective going for football, right? And then you turn your attention to basketball. Whereas these massive institutions in the SEC, where they've always been about, hey, man, we just got to do what it takes to win. You have football revenue, you have the donors in place, you have the structure, and now if you're ahead of the curve with the collective, the SEC has elite level talent because of the NIL. That's not a secret, and the SEC is probably the most talented basketball conference in the country. I think the Big 12 is the best, but a lot of it is former SEC players, or they're able to use some of their NIL money, and they have a little bit better, I think, structure in terms of their basketball structure. But I think the ACC is in a little bit of trouble if there's not some changes made.
At Gottlieb Show on Twitter, he's with us. Doug Gottlieb on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. For those that don't watch a lot of UCLA basketball, they are very likely a 1 seed. Jalen Clark's the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. He is out for the year. How does that impact UCLA?
I think it's a dramatic loss. A dramatic change in their outlook. He's their second leading scorer. He can guard 4 to 5 positions. And here's the other part. They're not a deep team. It's not like this is the big thing in college basketball, which is because they don't have to stay and they can transfer. It's hard to have a deep bench. So he gets replaced by Amari Bailey, who's talented freshman, but okay defensively, or David Singleton, who's just a shooter. The drop off is dramatic, and it's not a deep team, and you lose your best all around defender, the best defender in the Pac-12, and a guy who can make shots and handle the basketball. Let's see who they play in the second round. I think they'll drop a seed line. There's a lot of precedence for it, and I think the reality is, if you look at their resume and who they played, I think UCLA is better than what their resume is. But you could make a case if they lose to Arizona that if they lose to Arizona that they should really be a 3 seed, not even a 2.
Hey, how confident are you if we gave you 4 choices, you could give us the national champion?
Pretty confident. It's not. We do this thing where we're like, oh, there's such parity, incredible parity. Like, okay, well, like look at Alabama's record in the SEC. If their name was Kentucky, you would have no problem saying they're a dominant team, right?
That's right.
I mean, and we could kind of go like Kansas won the Big 12. Obviously, the Bill Self news gives you pause. UCLA and Arizona. UCLA. I mean, look at their records. I don't know why we act like there's just such parity when it's really similar to previous years. So, what are your four teams?
You give me 4.
No, you give me 4.
You want me? You're cheating that much?
No, I got 6. We did a bet on the show, and I got 6. And I took Houston, I took Kansas, I took Bama, I took Purdue, I took Texas, and I took Virginia. But this was weeks ago.
I don't love Virginia, but I do. That's pretty good. I mean, look, Bama's really good. They got better dudes than everybody, and they have experience at the guard positions. I saw Bama in person against who did they play against this year? Against Kentucky. I mean, and what's the old Deion Sanders expression? Ain't no fun with rabbits got the gun. For John Calipari's team, for John Calipari's team to be at a talent disparity was, the other bench, like they got better.
We lost Gottlieb there, but our time with him has winded down anyway. We appreciate Doug Gottlieb being with us. What a tremendous interview there. What a great line there, too.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
Yeah. So, fellas, I got to go. I got to go do the TV show for Stadium. But
absolutely, man.
I apologize.
No, you're all good. That's all good, Doug. No problem. We were wrapping up anyway. Doug Gottlieb. At Gottlieb Show, you'll see him on Stadium. You'll hear him on Westwood One, Fox Sports Radio as well.
Yeah, I saw Doug. I was sitting by him at that Kentucky-Alabama game, and it was an impressive one of the impressive outings for Alabama. They have not clicked like that every game here lately. It'll be interesting to see now what this Alabama team looks like when they get to Nashville, and more importantly, next Thursday and Saturday or Friday and Sunday in the NCAA tournament. Our friends Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila, bringing you the show today, the official tequila of the show. Dobel Diamante, aged in new European oak barrel, double filter to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit in character and smoothness, crystalline clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila.
I was watching Full Swing, the Netflix PGA Tour show yesterday, and Roy McIlroy sitting in the locker room. It was last year after winning the Tour Championship. Right next to him, a bottle of Maestro Dobel.
Maestro Dobel.
Rory knows good tequila.
So McIlroy knows good tequila.
That's right.
There. How about that? So Rory's on that. So that means the live guys are drinking some inferior tequila.
I thought that was interesting. In the Volk Tire and Automotive chat room, our friend Ben said, are Nate Oates and Doug Gottlieb related?
I see a little bit. Yeah. I could see maybe a little bit of similarities.
Yeah. I know Gottlieb at one point wanting to get into coaching. And now, of course, he's stuck with being an analyst. But at one point, he wanted to coach.
Well, he reached out to Barkley about getting the Auburn job.
Wanted the Auburn job before they ended up hiring who? Bruce Pearl?
Yeah, I think they probably made the right call there. Yeah. It wasn't exactly a coin flip, was it, Jim?
We'll elect to receive.
Yeah, I mean, I like Doug. A lot of people don't like Doug. I like Doug. He's always been kind with his time with us.
Yeah.
Given the choice, I'm going Bruce Pearl over Doug Gottlieb.
I like Doug, too. When we come back, we will talk about who actually punched their tickets last night, a little trend, maybe another team that could run out of a 14 or 15 line to win a game or two that could rock your ballot. But speaking of ballots, our friends at Redmond Vodka, your chance to jump in. Time running out now. You got to get into the bracket. We're about to put up a QR code. Your chance right now to win Chuck's Bucks, thanks to the next round and our friends at Redmond Vodka. There it is, that QR code. Jump in it right now.
Yeah, again, we're going to be with Redmond Vodka this coming Sunday, Walk-Ons, Highway 119. We're going to be again with them next Thursday to kick off the tournament at the Southern. And then on Friday, we're going to be at the Tide English Pub with Redmont Vodka. So make sure you get out, pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka. It's their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. And tomorrow when we're at Losers on Broadway in Nashville, they will have Redmont Vodka. Get there early before the Alabama game. You're going to enjoy it. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll into hour number 2. Great first hour there. Wendell Green Jr., Doug Gottlieb talking hoop with us. We'll jump into all that just in a second. Our friends at Slice bringing you this part of the show today. Slice Pizza, great place for lunch or dinner.
I would love some sliced pizza right now.
Well, I know people
Could
that
warm
throw
us
pizza
up in here.
Pizza parties. Talk to the pizza party boys.
All we have to do is
they'll have a pizza party tomorrow.
Yeah, all we got to do is leave town and we get plenty of pizza up here.
P Square B's back there, the pizza party boys.
But at least
Wow.
you boys are supporting the best pizza in Birmingham. That is Slice. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff Bajaya, great guy. His concept. His brothers continue the legacy of both Jason and Chris. Incredible stuff. Stop in, get that curbside takeout available 7 days a week. You get for $75. You get 12 wings, half pan of salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas. Tonight, I recommend Wing and a Prayer and the Spicy Hawaiian.
Oh, I do love both of those. I would go Hot Mama and the Spicy Hawaiian.
I think
Those
I
are
got
my
Hot
two.
Mama and Soul Pie.
Okay, there you go. So we've all got our favorites. For more information on those specialty pies and to see all their great specials, 4 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now right there in Crestline Park. Go to slicebirmingham.com.
LSU eliminated Georgia. Ole Miss eliminated South Carolina yesterday. So we get to 4 games today, a full day at the SEC basketball tournament in Nashville. We'll be at Losers on Broadway tomorrow in Nashville. broadcasting from 9 to noon tomorrow as we'll get ready for another full day of SEC action. Mississippi State and Florida, first game out of the gate today. Winner gets Alabama. Then Tennessee, Ole Miss. Winner gets Missouri. Arkansas and Auburn tonight. We talked to Wendell Green Jr. earlier. Bruce Pearl also from practice. Texas A&M awaits them. And then Vandy, LSU. The winner gets Kentucky there. If you will, give me cut number 7. We spoke to Wendell Green Jr. earlier, but Wendell and Janai Broom were talking about what this team has learned over their win over Tennessee as they get ready to play up in Nashville. This was before they left campus yesterday.
Tennessee.
At Tennessee.
Alabama both
twice.
times. Texas A&M at Texas A&M. Georgia.
That's it, though. I think the only two, like, we really look back and just say, like, we really got beat was Texas A&M at home and then Kentucky. I think those are the only two games, like, we walked away and was like, they really just beat us. Like, they
outplayed us.
Yeah, the whole game, you know. So, other than that, though, you know, I think we have a good chance to get against everybody in the league. So, we have a lot of confidence in anybody we're going to play in the SEC tournament.
Now, if you're not an Auburn fan, you could look at that and say, okay, they're not dealing in reality. But as a guy who follows sports my whole life, played a little bit, there's some validity to the fact that you could play toe-to-toe with somebody for 4 quarters in football, 9 innings in baseball, or 2 halves in college basketball, walk away saying, you know, we lost the game, but we were in the game. We could have won those games. There's a difference between getting your eyes beat out or being competitive in a game, and Auburn's been competitive most of the year.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be surprised at all if they pull a couple of upsets in this tournament. The problem with Auburn is inconsistencies. When they're all together, they play really well, but we haven't seen that string of them playing well for 5, 6, 7 games. Now you got to win 4 in the SEC tournament. Again, I don't think that's their ultimate goal. I think they would like to build a little momentum going into the NCAA tournament. But once they're in the NCAA tournament, I don't know if they can win 4 games.
You know, this year's team and last year's team were different teams, obviously, and they approached it different ways. I mean, last year this team reached the point where everybody thought they were the best team in college basketball.
Yep.
And they hit number 1, and it started to slip a little bit at the end of the year. They go to Tampa. They lose that first-round game to Texas A&M, who went on a run in the tournament. And then they get bounced in the second round of the tournament. And if you're an Auburn player that was on that team last year, you got to figure out how to not let that happen again. Now, different circumstances, but if you go lose to Arkansas today, you can't start thinking, you got to, I don't know how you do it, but you got to break that mindset of, oh my gosh, here we go again. You know, if you start to think that. These are different teams. I mean, they're probably going to be, if they lose today to Arkansas, in an 8-9 or 7-10 game, so it's going to be different than being a 2 seed. You're actually going to be the hunter instead of the hunt Ed this time. So maybe that's what helps you have a different mindset.
I will tell you, Milkman 256, it's funny when the seasons change football to basketball. He's an Alabama fan. He goes, a loss is a loss, big boy, exclamation point. Funny, it seems like during football season, we were talking about how close that Tennessee and LSU loss was.
Right.
In football, how Alabama belonged in the playoffs.
That's right.
It wasn't a loss, it was a loss, big boy. It was, man, I mean, only lost in the last play of the game twice, man.
Hey, can I clear
Should be in the playoffs, man. Should be in the playoffs, Jim.
Clear something up at the Vulcan Tire and Automotive Chat Room.
Take a shot.
John Lunsford, quote, all we have to do is take a company paid vacation to a sporting event and you get a slice of pizza. We're not spending, as Jim Calhoun would say, 1 red dime.
Uh-oh. Lunsford has hit a nerve, hasn't he?
I just...
No!
I mean, it's like the Floribama thing. We didn't spend anything from the company, did we?
I don't know. I don't think so, no.
I mean, I got his rooms for Floribama. I got his rooms this weekend.
We're heading to Nashville. We're at Losers tomorrow. We look forward to that. We're back at Walk-Ons on Sunday. Walk-Ons 280 coming up a little bit later on, so that'll be good. Other headlines, UAB in action tonight against Rice. And Jim Boeheim retired. You want to see that news conference yesterday?
Well, it's super awkward.
So condescending.
You say retired. It did not feel like retirement to me.
Yeah, I think he got pushed out.
I think it may be labeled retirement. This did not feel like a retirement. This felt like Jim Boeheim had been told, you're not going to be the coach here next year.
Okay, react to it afterwards here. Let's listen to Jim Boeheim and give us a reaction so everyone else can hear it if they missed it, and then give me your take on it. Here's Jim Boeheim.
I've just been lucky to be able to coach this long. I think you missed it. I gave my retirement speech on the court last Saturday, and I gave it in the press conference afterwards, and nobody except William Payne figured it out.
So are you saying right now that you're going to retire?
This is up to the university.
You want to come back?
I didn't say that.
Okay, but so what are you saying? You're not saying you're retiring, but you're not saying.
I just said it. I don't know.
So you don't know? Okay.
I said this is up to the university.
And you're not sure whether you're. How will you make a determination about when you will come back?
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a retirement right there.
Yeah, a condescending, complete dickhead. I feel sorry for whoever's got to hang out with him now that he's retired.
Yeah. I mean, you can label it a retirement if you want. I've seen retirements. That ain't a retirement right there.
Well, I mean, technically, Mark Adams resigned yesterday at Texas Tech. You do some things contractually.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Mark Adams did that where he could get a good share of that money.
Yeah.
Right.
And we'll see if he does or not. But and Mark Adams probably had a deal on the side. Like, we don't want this to get ugly. Your buyout is this. If you'll resign, we'll pay you this. And everybody goes their separate ways. He probably did that. There's no buyout involved here. Well, there may be some small buyout, but Jim Boeheim's been here 47 years. He's the reason Syracuse basketball is what it is. That guy, when he retires, gets celebrated. They name arenas and courts and hang banners about the guy. They build statues for the guy. The guy that retires after 47 years doesn't have that press conference.
No, and
that's the guy getting forced out.
And I'm a little surprised, although that program has been down over the last few years. I think the last Final Four was 2016. But this is a guy that has taken, out of those 47 years, he's gone to the NCAA tournament 35 times. He's been to 4 or 5 Final Fours, and he's won a national championship. So he's done an incredible job there. But his 58 NCAA tournament wins ranks 4th all time. I think it was just time for him to go.
It was.
78, but it's hard to push a guy out like that.
Probably past time for him to go.
Yeah, probably should have gone a few years ago. Gerald Ford was president of the United States when he became the head coach at Syracuse.
My gosh.
Oh, wow.
What year was that?
It was in the 70s between Jimmy Carter being elected in 76 and Nixon leaving in 74.
I mean, so it's the year of my birth. I mean, my entire life, Jim Boeheim has been the basketball coach at Syracuse. That's crazy to think about.
47 years.
Yeah, I'm 46. I mean, my entire life he's been there. So that's not how you go out when you've been there for 47 years. So
5 Final Fours, 1,012 wins, 10 conference titles, the 2003 national championship, a number of NBA players, but it has been very, very different. Very, very different recently.
I wonder what type of interest that job draws. Now, keep in mind, Jim Boeheim was only making about $2.5 million a year. So they're going to have to significantly increase what they're paying to get a big name to take that job.
Well, they're not. Adrian Autry's taking the job.
I mean, why?
Well, he's been his bench coach.
No. I don't mean why would Autry take it. I'm just saying, why? If you're Syracuse, why don't you just hand it off to the bench coach?
No, well, absolutely. I'd open it up and I would start afresh.
Well, I think that they've got confidence in Adrian Autry.
We'll see.
He's a former Syracuse player. He's been on the bench for 13 years.
I mean, I don't have pride. He may be the best guy. I'd at least like to see who's interested, wouldn't you? If you're Syracuse.
I would want to flip the script totally, 100%.
Yeah, I think I would want to move on, but I'd at least want to see who's interested. It seems like it would be a pretty good job to have.
Yeah, but wouldn't you have said that with Duke?
I'll give you.
Well, yes, and I think you could prove.
But Duke was in the Final Four as he was walking away.
No.
The program wasn't broken. Duke was in the Final Four. They were going to NCAA tournaments. They were still recruiting well. This Syracuse team has been garbage for recent years. The thing is broken. I don't want any of those coaches hanging around. As Gottlieb said, those guys are the guys. I mean, Boeheim's not out there recruiting at age 78. The guys that you're hiring now to replace him is the guy that's been doing the heavy lifting, the recruiting. You're going to get the same team you've just had. He may change a little bit of the schemes and not play what they're known for. I just truly believe that, with Shire, you're sort of hoping it keeps going the way it's going. You hope you keep going to Final Four.
Well, I think with Autry, you hope you'll get back to the glory days.
You hope, but
from when he was playing, because it hadn't been glory in a long, long time. When's the last time they've done anything in the tournament?
I would just like to have seen what that job drew on the open market. I mean,
for instance,
they were willing to pay more than what they were paying Jim Boeheim.
Will Wade is in line to get the McNeese State job. Would you take Will Wade over Autry?
I mean, I don't know anything about Autry.
I don't know.
I know Will Wade can coach. or excuse me, I know Will Wade can recruit.
Well, it's all legal now.
I think everybody can recruit now, can't they?
Yeah. But I know Will Wade has a track record of getting some damn good offers out there. So I would take that. Chris Beard, I don't know if he can take the Syracuse job.
Now, if I could get Chris Beard, it's different.
Would you rather go to Syracuse or would you rather go to Ole Miss if you're Chris Beard?
Syracuse is the better job, yeah.
But Ole Miss is in a better conference, right?
I mean, right now, yeah. I mean, it's very rare you've been able to say that about the ACC, but yeah. Now there's a lot that goes into following a legend. I mean, you follow Boeheim, that's some awful big shoes to fill. I mean, that's the father of the program right there. So there's a lot that goes into that.
I mean, look, you say, what have they done lately? Final Four 16, 2018 Sweet 16, 2021 Sweet 16.
A couple of wins in the tournament gets you to the Sweet 16.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's not bad. It's not bad. It's better than I thought. 16 was what I was hanging my hat on. It was a long time ago, 16 now. But that's a...
well, I mean, how many teams get to the Final Four?
4 every year.
Four every year.
How many times has Alabama been there?
They've
0.
never been.
Okay. How many times has Missouri been there?
So you're a Syracuse fan. You'd be okay with the way it's been going. You keep
I'm ready
that?
for Boeheim to be out, but I don't know about Adrian Autry. I mean, I have no idea.
Well, he's been there 13 years. You probably have a pretty good idea.
No, I mean, how much pull does he really have?
I feel like, I mean, if I'm a Syracuse fan, I feel like I'm probably getting the guy that Boeheim negotiated the job for.
That's right.
I'll step down if you'll make Adrian the coach.
Sort of the same thing, but we expect when Nick Saban leaves, Saban will have a big voice on who takes over there.
I mean, it is one thing you get when you get that legendary coach is sometimes the exits get messy, and there's a lot of times you feel like you got to hire the guy.
Coach K picked Shire.
Yeah, and I mean, nobody's going to argue that if you open that Duke job up, John Shire was the best candidate.
Yeah.
But he was Mike Krzyzewski's handpicked.
Roy picked Hubert.
And again, if that North Carolina job comes open, there are a lot better guys than Hubert Davis for that job.
That's right.
But Roy got to pick a North Carolina guy for the job. I mean, that is one of, there are a lot of upsides to having a legendary coach. That's one of the downsides. When it ends, oftentimes you're stuck with the assistant just because of what the guy did.
Our friends at MyBookie bringing you part of the show today. All the betting lines up there for you to jump in these games that get going at 11, 12 o'clock today, different places. Jump in right there, mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day of conference tournament basketball. You can play it right there at mybookie.ag. Get cranking with that deposit bonus when you use code NEXTROUND. Up to $2,000 in your account right away. No strings attached on that $2,000 either. You've got to, at a lot of places, bet it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times. For it to become yours, not mybookie.ag. You bet it one time, it is yours right away at mybookie.ag. That's when you use code NEXTROUND. UAB, a 13.5-point favorite over Rice. You may like that game. You can play it right there at mybookie.ag. Auburn and Arkansas tonight. You like a side there? Mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. With the Hogs favored 3.5. All of that right there at mybookie.ag. All the conference tournament, the big tournament coming up, NBA, Major League Baseball, UFC fights, XFL, USFL coming up. All of that right there at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND. Mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Colgate wins last night 79-61, but that's 4 straight years to the tournament for them. They're projected as a 15 seed. LT, they're number 1 in the country at 3-point percentage. Now, they don't shoot as many three-pointers as the Alabamas of the world do, right? But they hit their shots. How dangerous could a 15 Colgate be?
Well, a team that's also got tournament experience, got to look at it like that. I think Colgate, we saw last year, and this is the outlier. We've never seen 15 go as far as they did last year in St. Peter's to an Elite 8. But Colgate's still a team that's won 26 games this year.
Yeah, and you said their experience because, you got guys who hang around because of COVID, but 4 years in the tournament now.
Yeah, and if you hit that perimeter shot.
Who's the weakest number 2? I wonder when we get there. Like UCLA now with this injury could be a 2.
Here's who.
Texas is going to be a 2.
Lenardi's got Arizona, Purdue, Texas, and Baylor.
I don't really think any of them are weak.
Yeah. Well, what if UCLA fall? I mean, that is a significant injury when you're losing a Pac-12 player of the year and he's the second leading scorer. And as Gottlieb said, that's not a particularly deep team.
Yeah, but Jaime Jaquez and Tiger Campbell have got so much experience, too.
They do. I mean, don't you think, though, with that injury, UCLA is going to be a popular out early pick as a 1 seed?
I think Purdue
or even a 2,
will
maybe.
Be 2.
I do, too, because of their history. Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, I'm just going to go history and say Purdue. Of those, if Lenardi's right, I'd probably go Purdue. Just based on the history.
Can you imagine Purdue was? I'm just guessing because of December and January. Purdue held the number 1 spot the most weeks this season, maybe.
But probably in the bracket world, they were probably on the one line as long as anybody all year long.
Can you imagine being a Purdue fan and it just seems like you're devastated every single year, and if you were to lose in the first round this year
to a Colgate team that hit their threes and your big man was not that relevant.
Yeah. Again, we've seen their big man have big nights and them lose.
Yeah, 7-121. That sounds about the correct number from Matthew there. 15 seeds over 2 in the first round. Was it my one bracket challenge that I think I may have lost? I had Michigan State winning the national championship, and they were a 2, weren't they?
Middle Tennessee State and Kermit Davis actually beat them in that first round. It was one of the first games of the tournament. It was that Thursday morning.
It was like 11 o'clock. Yeah. It was 11 the early window game.
Yeah, we knew Dunaway. He was done at that point.
Because we were at Twin Peaks. We were at Twin Peaks.
Was it at Twin Peaks?
Yep, as that tournament started,
Yeah. Because I remember the old, what was this?
I don't know why I climbed a mountain at Twin Peaks. We were at Twin Peaks.
Repelling. I was at the, I remember we were at the old Dixie Fish Camp. Was that the name of the place? Dixie Fish or whatever?
Dixie Fish Company.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Right on 280
And
in
I watched a 2 seed that I had going very deep lose in the first game. That's the worst feeling.
Was that Duke?
No, I can't remember who it was.
It was Duke. They were playing Mercer.
They lost to Mercer.
No, it was a different year. Yeah, it was a different year. It was not Duke and Mercer, I don't think.
It can only be one of 2 years.
Yeah. No, but
because they lost to Lehigh.
Oh, man, I think it was Lehigh.
I think it was Duke.
Lehigh beat somebody,
Yeah. But, I mean, that's the worst feeling is when you've got a team going deep in a bracket that matters, not just when you're doing for fun with friends, but one that's got something on the line as ours do. When you lose that deep team, you're losing them is losing them. But, man, losing them in that first CBS window or TNT window or whatever, and you're having to sit there and watch and know the tournament hasn't even started yet, and I'm done.
Our friends at Hemphill bringing you the show. Lance will send out his lock a little bit later on from his Twitter account at @TheLanceTaylor. And Hemphill ready to help you dipping the temperatures now, but that heat will be back soon enough. Get that air conditioning checked out before the summer heat gets here.
Yeah, Hemphill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent Trane dealer. The team there can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Rockstar's on the road, but he'll be with us at 12:35 Central today in the final hour of the show. Tyler, in his place, rolls out our Thursday pick. What's it called? Four downs.
Four downs.
4 downs. I almost went pick 4.
Wow.
It's our 4 downs. Tyler's got it for us when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
4 downs in a little bit. LT's about to tell you about Precision Sports getting back in the game. Boy, you know what they need in New Orleans, Louisiana is our friends at Precision Sports. Zion Williamson, foot injury, was last year. Was supposed to miss 3 months, or actually 2 months. Ended up missing the entire season last year. So now he's got another injury back on January 2nd. The prognosis was 3 weeks he was going to be out. January 2nd, 3 weeks he was going to be out. The announcement comes last night that it is going to be 2 more weeks from now that he's going to be out. So that's longer than 3 weeks.
Yeah,
and you're adding 2 on the end.
Sadly, he's never going to be able to stay healthy.
It doesn't appear, does it?
Third major leg injury. When he plays, he averages 25 points per game. He has only played in 114 of his career-eligible 292 games. 114 in of his 292 eligible games, so he's missed so many more than he has actually played in. But the way this story was written that I was reading at The Athletic, it makes you, the way they write it is that there is a problem of him either healing or his desire to play with pain, because last year was supposed to be a month or 2. He missed the whole season. This year, it was supposed to be 3 weeks on January 2nd. It added 2 more weeks on it last night. I wonder if there's more of a problem with him about either healing or about just not wanting to get out there and play with a little pain.
Man, if it's a pain tolerance thing, that's really sad, because he is getting paid a ton of money, not only from the organization, the Pelicans, he's also getting paid a ton of money from Nike. And, you know, he seemed like a can't miss. And when he's on the court, man, he is really, really good. I mean, he's a dynamic player, one of the most athletic guys in the NBA, and that says a lot. But I just don't believe he's ever going to stay healthy.
Precision Sports helps you get back in the game, though, when you are not as healthy as you want to be.
2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up the Christmas decorations. You injured the elbow, shooting hoops in the backyard. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
I try not to read too much into things sometimes. Did you find it odd how Doug Gottlieb answered that Bill Self question?
I did several times. He went back to it twice, that it could be something more than just, say a virus.
Yeah, I wondered if I was alone in that.
And can I point this out? I mean, you hate to speculate on things.
Especially someone's health.
But I think I said it earlier in the season that Bill Self just didn't look like he was about to explode. He just didn't look healthy.
Yeah, he gained a lot of weight.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, he's not coaching today. The school has said he's in the hospital resting comfortably. Norm Roberts will do the coaching for Kansas. But the way Gottlieb, who's a personal friend of Self's from that area, the way he answered that question made me fear that it's more than just a dehydration or something like that.
You can go back and hear that on podcast on all our platforms. We'll get Forrester maybe to chop it up for us, or Taylor, and we'll play it for you later in the show as well. So we'll have that on record. And maybe give you a chance to hear it again if you're driving somewhere right now listening to us live on TuneIn and iHeart. But, yeah, when they said that, the way he said it two different times, it popped out to me. Tyler has our 4 downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotives. Great locations. They've teamed up with us to bring you great interviews with Wendell Green Jr. and Namari Burnett, but they've been bringing us 4 downs for a long, long time.
It feels like winter in here right now. Look, in wintertime, it takes a toll on car batteries. Keep your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. They are who we, right here at the Next Round, trust with our vehicles. Make sure you check out one of those locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What you got, Tyler?
All right, first down. If you had a time machine and you could go back to watch one event, be it a historical event or a sporting event, what are you picking?
This is so tough. You
It
know,
is.
I said it years ago that I think we had something similar on one of our mystery fifth hours, and to go back and watch Jesse Owens.
That is so weird he said that.
In Germany.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be sitting right behind Hitler.
Yeah. But I also would love to go back to January 30th of 2000 and watch my Rams win their first ever Super Bowl.
The first one for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been huge the first time through that.
And you want to guess the beer I was drinking? Because it was the closest, in my portal, it was the closest beer to me.
Bud Light.
Stella.
It's in the family. Natural Light.
Natural Light.
They had it on tap at the Super Bowl.
For me, it's a very small arena in Lake Placid.
I knew it.
But to be there would have been fun because I'd heard the results and then watched it on replay when the Americans beat the Russians. That was such a big sporting event. I think I would have liked to have, I was alive, but I would have liked to have been, old enough to remember, watched it, celebrated, have a beer with America during the moon landing. That seemed like a pretty big event that everyone was gathered around the television. I don't know if you guys know this, but other Super Bowls are like 2, 3, I don't know how far down the list, but the most watched television program in the history of television is the moon landing.
Stanley Kubrick did a great job.
Yeah. by a lot.
Yeah.
By like 50 million.
Like you had 3 channels then and everybody was showing it, right? All 3 channels had it on.
And everybody was watching it.
Yeah.
And watching it around the world,
But
too.
I think if you put the moon landing up against, I don't know, anything right now, a moon landing today would be that.
Yeah, like if we went back.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be that big. No, it would be nowhere close to.
It'd be pretty big, though.
I think a lot of people would watch it if we went back because there's so many people that think they're aliens and stuff like that.
And there's so many people that don't believe it ever happened.
Yeah.
We can go a stake bet that if the moon landing happens now,
it won't.
If we ever go back to the moon, that it will not beat whatever the highest rated Super Bowl is right now. Obviously, we're nowhere close to the first moon landing. I just don't think. First of all, we have a lot more things to watch.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't care anything about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I think more people, or if it was Mars, maybe, but I don't even think that. I don't think we would gather around the TV to watch one event like that ever again.
It's weird that Lance answered the Jesse Owens. I was going to legitimately say the Berlin Olympics, sitting the row behind Hitler, watching Jesse Owens just tear through the field, just to see the dude's reaction, man. I mean, he had to be having a come apart. That would be hilarious. I mean, I don't know like the moment, but like if you were at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, like knowing the magnitude of that, like the historical significance of that.
I thought you went sporting event.
Oh, did you go sporting event?
I said historical or sporting.
Yeah, historical or
you
sporting.
want
Yeah.
to pick.
Yeah, the signing of the Declaration. Like but it might be a letdown. You might get there and it's like, hey, is Bob here? He's got to sign this thing. Well, I haven't seen him.
Would would it not be just like a city council?
I don't know.
In Hoover.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it would smell a lot worse.
It would smell a lot worse. Shower and it's probably hot in there.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle of July.
Guys, if you had the opportunity tonight, you can either sit on the couch, watch Netflix, or we'll be in Nashville watching Hoop. or you could go to the Ford Theater where Abraham Lincoln was assassinated.
What was the play?
That's the thing. Nobody knows the play.
Yeah,
Nobody talks
I've
about
heard the name of the play.
I wouldn't want to be there. No,
You wouldn't want to be there?
not for that. Not for that. I'd rather be, something historic or happy.
They didn't finish the play, I don't think.
I doubt they
You
did.
don't think they did?
The president was shot. Hey, we're going to scrape him up, and we're going to keep going.
It's probably going to be a 10-minute intermission here. We got to give him across the street. I will find the name of the play. I've read it somewhere before, but I can't remember the name of it.
Second down.
What's the most overrated movie?
I'm going to say it's Pulp Fiction. I watched about 20, 30 minutes of Pulp Fiction, shut it down. Awful movie. I don't see. It was just a bunch of guys walking around dropping F-bombs, and nothing really happened in the first 30 minutes.
Oh, my God.
I just don't understand why people like that movie.
Such a great movie. I'll one-up you because the picture that won Best Picture that year, no chance it should have won it, over Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump is maybe the most overrated film of all time. And like you said about Todd Monken, 30 offensive coordinators could have done it. 30 actors could have done what Tom Hanks.
No,
playing that part.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. Hey, didn't he win Best Actor for it?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of people would have.
I don't agree with you on that. I think Forrest Gump's a good movie. It's not like my favorite movie of all time, but it's an iconic, really good movie.
All 3 times this movie has been done, A Star is Born. All 3 times. All 3 versions. Pick any of the 3 versions in history.
I like the middle version the best. I think it's okay. I don't know how the last one was really hyped, but I don't remember if the other ones were hyped or not.
The one of record for me, I didn't even know a third one, the very first one ever happened. But for me, back in the day, I remember, mom and dad, the music, Barbra Streisand, Chris Christopherson, everybody was crazy about what a great movie.
Well, I know they were recently with Bradley Cooper.
I like that one.
I thought it was
You didn't like it?
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
But I think it's overhyped. Doesn't have to be bad to be overhyped.
Lunsford continues his hatred for Godfather. He says it's Godfather. Godfather 3 is awful, but I don't think people hype that up.
Lunsford thinks it's Godfather?
Yeah.
Well, you're off today, man.
Boy, you two are going to come to blows at some point.
The person who said Forrest Gump, that is not the most overrated. Overrated doesn't mean bad. Godfather's the most overrated movie of all time.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Forrest Gump is bad.
I think Godfather's overrated.
I think it's extremely overrated.
Yeah, and
I just think it's hokey.
Forster's right.
So is Godfather to me.
Star Wars, historically at the time, the original Star Wars was a good movie, but you go back and watch it now, it does not hold up.
No. And you think real quick Godfather's hokey?
I do.
I didn't watch it until just recently. So obviously technology has changed since they shot it in the early 70s, but it is not I will never watch it again. I'll put it that way.
I watch it every time it's on. It's a cinematic classic, and like mobsters back then said, it was the closest, most realistic thing. I don't think anybody in the South thinks Forrest Gump is realistic.
Okay, even if it was realistic, that's a dude running across the country and playing ping pong. Realistic doesn't necessarily mean it's good. So just because The Godfather's realistic doesn't mean it's good. To me.
Okay.
To me.
It's an opinion.
It is an opinion.
Third down.
All right, Clint Dempsey turns 39 today. Who had the better career between him and Landon Donovan?
Oof, I got no idea.
Yeah, I'll go Landon Donovan.
I'll take Clint just to be different from you.
Let's argue about it. Here on First Take.
I know the Morgan. What was the Morgan girl's name?
Alex Morgan.
Alex Morgan. She was the best looking one.
Yeah, Lance is a big fan of hers.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Neither one for me. I would probably go. I thought the goalie was more important, right?
Alexi Lawless?
No, he was a defender.
Tim Howard?
Tim Howard. It seemed to me like he kept us in a lot of games.
Oh, for sure.
When those guys were playing. So I would probably go the goalie more than those two because he was having to stand on his head to keep us in some early World Cups. But the kid we've got now, what's his name? Pulisic?
Yeah, Christian Pulisic.
Yeah.
Pulisic.
I'll go with him when it's all said and done. I think he gets us to a good place at some point.
Forster says Hope Solo. You apparently did see some pictures that went viral.
She's a good goalie.
Fourth down.
Tyler,
Celebrity birthday today. Steve Wilkos turns 58. What's the best trashy talk show moment you've seen?
I'll never forget when Geraldo, and I think they had a bunch of white supremacists on it, and they had an all-out melee. And this is before Jerry Springer had the fights all of the time, but somebody threw the chair, and it just hit perfectly on the bridge of the nose of Geraldo.
Like didn't they come back for the break and he had the white tape all over his face? He played it up.
I'll never forget that moment. I mean, there's been a lot of crazy moments, but that's a specific one that I can remember.
Jim Everett, to me, was an iconic moment, whether it was staged or not on the Jim Rome show. That was big.
Chrissy.
But
you won't do it again.
Another Geraldo moment, speaking of Americans gathering around the television, when he was unlocking that vault.
Al Capone's vault.
Yeah, not much in there, Jim.
Oh, my God. What a horrible night of television.
I was all in.
Yeah.
I think that was 1987.
But I can remember, Tyler, and you're too young for this, but I can remember kind of the birth of that genre was Morton Downey Jr. Was that his name? Was that his name, Morton Downey?
Yeah, I think Phil Donahue was.
Well, I don't know. I remember this Morton Downey guy, though. He was doing it like just for New York television, and it got syndicated. So in Anniston, Alabama, you get to see this crazy New York Yankee, and he's just yelling at people, and he's so pissed about everything, and everybody in the crowd's so pissed. I'm like, man, those people are frustrated about stuff.
Where Bayham got his start.
Yeah. Now, Donahue was like, I think the national, the guy that was, but that Morton Downey show came on late at night. I remember growing up in Anniston, a lot of people had WGN. We had WOR out of Secaucus, New Jersey. So I remember watching that early on as a kid, like, man, these people are upset about everything. That guy just seemed miserable.
That's our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, if you're heading on a road trip before that next road trip this winter, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Last night we mentioned Colgate. Montana State won as well. They're in. They could be as high as a 14 according to some bracketology. Texas A&M Corpus Christi got a win as well. They're in the tournament, likely a play-in game coming up. Tonight, winner in, loser out is the way it's being painted. Michigan and Rutgers in the Big Ten tournament. I don't know if it's today or tonight.
It's today.
So they could go a day game at the Big Ten tournament. Do you feel like winner in, loser out, both of them could still be out? Rutgers has limped towards the finish line, and Michigan hasn't been consistent yet.
Yeah, I would say that loser is definitely out. That happened with Wisconsin yesterday. So the Big Ten, when we said they could have as many as, what was it, number 9 teams?
Yeah, I think that was when Mike DeCourcy was on. That was something he had written, and he immediately said, as soon as I wrote that, it fell apart.
Yeah. Michigan, slight 2.5-point favorite. I think it's a 3 o'clock tip, but yeah, I think the loser's out.
Hey, and congratulations to our buddy Gene Hallman. They just renamed the Bruno event team here earlier. They're now, as of today, known as Eventive Sports, Eventive, Inventive Sports. That name change dating back to the early 90s for the Bruno event team. They sponsor a lot of big events, including they promote and put on a lot of big events here, including the Regions Tradition every year, the SEC baseball tournament, and others. So congratulations to a longtime friend of the show, Gene Hallman there. When we come back, a sport that you just never thought would possibly be gambled on, but we're that close to this sport being open for gambling in 2 states. We'll get to that. The show being brought to you by Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com. Great pricing right now on their lots at 2 locations up I-65.
Yeah, for instance, there at Johnston RV Center, you could see in the Decatur location, I-65, exit 334, the 2022 Cherokee Wolf Pup 16 BHS. It's the black label. You can get it for as little as $199 a month with 10% down and approved credit. It's got solid countertops, sleeps 4 comfortably. It is lightweight. It's the bunkhouse model, and it's available right now. I-65, exit 334 in Decatur, always at 304 off I-65 in Coleman, and always online at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
HollieMacWilson.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Back with you on the Next Round as we keep working our way towards Daryl Johnston, who will be with us coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll talk to DJ, and then later Rockstar will join us from the road, a little NFL conversation at the top of the hour. New York Butcher Shop brings you our steak bets every day. Also a good chance to get out and grilling. Not the greatest grilling weather today here in our studio. We got a little clouds and some drizzle going on out there and a lot of pollen. I'm looking forward to this rain today to knock the pollen off the trees out there. The parking lot a little yellow.
But, you know, they've also got just prepared entrees, side dishes that you can just pick up there. You can heat. They're fantastic. I had a Italian sausage dish not long ago. And, of course, don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches, great selection of fine wines and desserts. Get in and see Jim at the New York Butcher Shop. It's your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Coming up later in Trash, we'll talk a little bit about the Oscars. Some of the predictions are out for Best Picture and Best Actors and such like that. So we always love LT's pick. When are the Oscars this year?
It's
Do we
this
know?
Sunday.
Is it this Sunday? On
That sounds
selection,
right. Is that right?
No, it is Sunday.
On Selection Sunday.
Yeah, I know. The only reason I know that is because we never do the zone on 30.
It's this Sunday.
Will you watch?
Oh, 1,000%.
We never do the zone on 3340 on Oscar night because it goes so late. So that's how I know that.
Because I'm about to do a trash story here that was in Trash Lunsford. Can you print the list of just the big categories? Because LT has seen some of these movies. I would imagine you've seen a lot of them. And coming up in Trash, we'll talk a little bit about the Oscars. I've seen a couple of movies this year, but not a ton of them.
I used to get so excited about watching the Oscars, but I don't watch anymore.
I was in a trash story last night too. I was like right in the center of it. I mean, it's not going to make it in trash, but we've had the trash story before. Somebody steals an ambulance and police have to chase them.
We'll talk about it. Let's go. I saw that in the chat room earlier, and I didn't know what they were talking about. So explain to me what happened.
I had gone to dinner with 3/4 of my family. My daughter was at dance class, my oldest, and she was coming home. And my wife and the youngest were going elsewhere, so I had to take dinner back to her before I went to pick Lance up for trivia. So I'm pulling out of Lee Branch right there onto 280, and I see police lights behind me, like coming out of Lee Branch where Baumhauer's is, okay? And they get over in the opposite lane, and there's an ambulance with no lights on, and there's two Shelby County Sheriff's deputies behind them. I'm like, that's odd. Normally, I've seen police escort an ambulance. Unfortunately, a lot of times it's when an officer's, and that was my initial fears. Oh no, an officer's been injured in the line of duty. But the ambulance didn't have lights on,
which they would have.
Yeah, usually. So I thought it was very odd. And I was actually on the phone at the time, and I was describing the scene to my mom. I was talking to my mom on the phone. I was describing the scene, and I'm like, this is really odd. I wonder what's going on here. So I had no more taking the food to my daughter 5 minutes away, and I'm coming back to pick Lance up, and at 119 and 280. The intersection right there, there are no fewer than 10 police cars surrounding that ambulance. So I text a buddy of mine that works in the ambulance industry, and he had heard nothing. And like 5 minutes later, he texts me back and says, some lady stole an ambulance from Grandview Hospital on 280 and was basically on a joyride throughout that part of Birmingham.
You think it would be a good decoy to rob another business on Highway 280?
While somebody's in an ambulance?
Yeah, because so many other police officers have taken that call.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like the police were chasing. It felt like more of an escort. So I thought, a health issue, but it turns out somebody just stole an ambulance, was on a joyride.
I've only seen it twice. I saw it with Richard Kimball in The Fugitive, and then I saw the trailer for that ambulance movie with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, but that is they've got a police term for it. It's not hot pursuit. It's whatever they call that, where they do that to limit the danger of the other cars on the road.
Yeah. Well, they didn't make it very far because they only got, I don't know how far from Lee Branch to 119, 280. They didn't make it very far before they were
probably stopped for the traffic light.
Yeah, maybe so. If you just hit your lights, you go right through.
So, I mean, this is not a joke about mental illness, but was she like
I have no idea about
mental
her.
patient?
I got no idea.
Or she just walked out, just hopped in the...
Could have been a dare.
No idea, but I mean, that's a type of story that ends up on trash. Somebody stealing an ambulance, and I immediately thought, well, I'm right in the middle of a trash story here. I've seen it unfold in front of me.
Hope it's not a new TikTok trend.
Oh,
I wonder if the ambulance was running at Grandview and like people are just inside. Because I don't know if you've ever been at a restaurant with your local sheriffs or police. Oftentimes they leave their cars running while they're in eating.
Yeah, I think they have to. Yeah, I think ambulances probably do when they're at the hospital.
Pizza delivery guys do.
Yeah, I mean, but I think most people are like, I'm going to stand out just a little bit if I steal an ambulance.
Do you leave your car running on DoorDash?
Sometimes if I park up close to the house and can just drop it off.
Keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I always have my key in my pocket, and there's not another key. So I assume, even though my car is running, once that car gets far enough away from me, it'll shut down, right?
I would think.
Yeah. I think that's the way a key fob works. Anybody?
Lunsford, I think once it gets so far away, I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
I'll tell you this. I've been my wife's car outside of my house, and it'll say key fob. I forgot exactly what the term is.
Yeah. Key fob no longer detected.
Bobby
but
says
it's still running.
Bobby says maybe she lost her bracket challenge last year. That was the challenge. You got to steal an ambulance.
You got to steal an ambulance.
Yes.
And go as far as you can.
That'd be better than the testicle festival.
You can go vote and all that right now. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Fan Cards. And then we'll get to the sport that I never thought we'd get to, betting. But we're in 2 states, we're this close to it happening. But if you're a fan of any sport, look at Brown.
Look at all the ones I got right
Look
here.
at all the debit cards, Brown.
That's right. I mean, look at all.
You see that Tennessee orange?
Are you buying dinner tonight?
I will. Tennessee orange. There's a little Tennessee orange. Who else you want? South Carolina. Go Cox.
Yeah, give me A&M.
Hotty Toddy Gosh Mighty. Hell State. Gig'em. Go Gators. War Eagle. Roll Tide.
Yep.
You got them all right there.
No
Fan cards. I gave you a hottie toddy. I gave you a hottie toddy. Fan cards. You use your debit card a lot, and you love your favorite team. If you want one of those teams I just showed you, check out Fan Cards. More than 30 officially licensed debit cards for the biggest teams. It does include Alabama, and it also includes Auburn right there at Fan Cards. You can see more, and when you set up a direct deposit, you got a chance to win game tickets. Visit myfancard.com. That is myfancard.com.
Really good with the kids, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they love them.
The young people. That's fantastic. Our friends with University Fan Cards, they are tremendous. We're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Word is out that the WWE is this close to get legalized betting in Colorado and in Michigan.
On their events?
Yeah. So stupid.
How is this possible, Lance? I mean, the word I think we use instead of fake is the outcomes are predetermined.
Predetermined, but you've had this in situations like Game of Thrones. Who's going to be sitting on the Iron Throne?
And that's predetermined.
Yeah, that's predetermined. So you could bet on that, but there's going to be a limit on what you can bet. Just like the Oscars. The odds have gotten so, and I know we're going to talk about this a little bit, have gotten so outlandish, it's impossible to play any of the favorites with the Oscars. I don't think these odds will be out of whack. I don't know a lot about WWE. I don't know. I mean, I guess it would make it more interesting to bet on, but they're going to have a limit. I mean, you're not going to be able to bet more than $1,000.
Yeah, that's like some of the Super Bowl props that could easily be fixed, right? Like the color of the Gatorade.
Yeah.
There's a limit on what you can bet because they know that's easily fixed.
My ass got burned on that this year. Thought I had it.
But to me, and Tripp says the betting limits are going to be so low for the WWE, maybe $100. But $100 is $100. Is Lunsford still back there on microphone? Lunsford, you used to at least watch a lot of wrestling. I don't know if you do anymore. There are certain characters that just never lose, though, right?
I mean, it all depends on the storyline. So, like, Roman Reigns is the champion now, and he's been champion for, 3 years. But WrestleMania is probably the first time I could actually see him potentially lose. It all depends on what the storyline is going to be, and it all depends on what they let you bet on. If they let you bet on every single night, then, it's like, hey, there's a championship match on Raw. They're not going to let the belt change on Raw, so you can probably bet on Roman Reigns, but he's also probably going to be minus 10,000 to win that night, so you're not going to bet on it. So it's probably only going to be for major stuff like WrestleMania, SummerSlam, the big pay-per-views where something could actually happen. But I mean,
will you bet on it?
I used to bet on the Royal Rumble because on offshore sites they would have it up, and they still do have it up. Because there, it's 30 people coming in and anything can happen, but there's usually 2 or 3 people that they narrow it down to based on the storylines. They tell you that, okay, these 3 people are going to win. And usually because of that, the odds would be, plus 200 for somebody to win. Because of 30 people, it's not just 1v1. So the odds can be a little better. That's better to bet on than something like who's going to win the title match at WrestleMania, because that's a little easier to kind of tell based on the storylines what's going to happen. But in the old days, Vince, when he actually was still doing things, obviously he's has his own issues now, but he could sit back in, the room and say, hey, we're going to change this 5 minutes before they go out, or we don't know who's going to win. And they already have the whole thing scripted out except for who ultimately gets the pin at the end. And so they can change it based on that. But the problem with that is he can change it. So if people have already placed a bunch of bets, then it can get changed. Not that he would have that information necessarily, but things can get changed.
Didn't that happen at WrestleMania? Because I was watching that Andre the Giant documentary on HBO, and I think Andre told Hulk, I forgot, pick me up, body slam.
the body slam. Basically, they agreed on it.
But basically told him in his ear, and I don't think that they knew that up until the match or something.
Yeah, I don't know, because Andre obviously had to participate in that. Hulk couldn't do it by himself, so I think that was kind of on the fly thing.
I mean, it's no different than when Game of Thrones in the final season, you could bet a lot of places who's going to end up on the Iron Throne. And I don't want to spoil it, but the person who ended up getting it was actually one of the favorites. And everybody's like, no, there's no way, that person ends up getting it, and it ended up happening. But that's because it's in the script, and how many production people have seen the script and know who ends up there that you could go bet on it. So, it's known a lot of times, but at the same time, they could film multiple endings to a show or a movie for you to bet on. Same goes with wrestling. They could change it at the last second, but it's still, for the most part, everything is predetermined.
It's almost where you need to do, well, you can't do this in wrestling, but a show like that, do multiple endings and then don't release to anybody which ending you're going to let out.
That is an interesting twist there. Gambling on WWE may be coming to 2 states. By the way, recently Georgia, the sports betting side of the legal side of what they were trying to get passed in gambling for sports betting failed to make it through the House and Senate over there. May get through Kentucky a little bit later on this session up there, but Georgia failed to be the next state which allows sports betting. That did not pass this week. When we come back, we'll talk a little football. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. That iconic can right there, that Love You Blue Bud Light can. Bud Light, great sponsor of the Next Round, our official beer. We're back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll talk a little pro football in just a second. Our show being brought to you by Dr. B, LT's hair guy. He's got that hair ready for a trip to the Music City in the SEC basketball tournament.
Dr. B, I want to remind you, he's offering Census Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without needles. Again, Dr. B pioneered the use of neograft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He's taking care of me right now. Last time I went to see him, my hair was already 14% thicker. For more information, T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net. Or call Dr. Beckenstein for that free consultation today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right, UAB and Rice tonight at the Conference USA Tournament. UAB obviously needs to win the tournament to make the big dance. Auburn gets into action at the SEC basketball tournament tonight, 6 o'clock, starting the night session. Before that, Mississippi State, who's in the tournament. The big dance, the NCAA tournament, probably would feel better if they got the win over Florida today. Winner gets Alabama. Tennessee and Ole Miss. Winner gets Missouri. Then Arkansas, Auburn. Winner with A&M, Vandy, and LSU. The winner gets Kentucky tonight. ESPN and their investigative reporters have seen the video of the night of the murder of Jamea Harris over in Tuscaloosa.
And you can read that full story, lengthy story with a ton of details at ESPN.com today. Brandon Miller had a chance to speak yesterday for the first time since that the testimony in a trial of that murder case was made public that had him at the scene of the crime. He talked about how he all the time now never loses sight that a family lost one of their loved ones that night. Brandon Miller yesterday as he spoke to the media. Elsewhere, we have a new coach in college football at Maryland. The offensive coordinator there is Josh Gaddis, ties to Alabama and Mike Locksley. Back in those days, Locksley's the head coach there at Maryland. And a lot more going on in sports. We will get to a little football conversation in a second. But before we bring Moose on here in a second, I do want to point out that the Jets yesterday said they're very optimistic that things could move forward with Aaron Rodgers. They left that meeting, the word they used was optimistic.
Yeah, look, and if you're a Jets fan, I mean, is this the best news the Jets have had since they were in, AFC championship games from Bill Parcells to Rex Ryan?
Mark Sanchez, the Sanchez. Yeah, I mean, it probably is. When have they been really good since then?
I can't remember.
I mean, if you get this is probably, I guess it could be an overstatement. If you get Aaron Rodgers, it's probably a top 5 moment in that franchise's history.
Well, yeah,
I think their biggest moment has to be obviously Joe Namath leading them to the Super Bowl. They had the two AFC Championship game appearances under Rex Ryan.
In the early 80s, they had the sack exchange with Klecko and Gastineau. They were really, really good then.
Yeah, and Ken O'Brien was a pretty good quarterback.
Pretty good quarterback, but I mean, to get a guy like Aaron Rodgers for that franchise, it would have to be one of the top 5 moments of franchise history.
Because, when they got Brett Favre, they were pretty good that year, that 1 year, but Brett Favre was about 70% of what Aaron Rodgers is now. And Aaron Rodgers at 39 still, probably a top 5-6 quarterback in the league. This makes them not the favorite in the AFC because the AFC is so deep, but this definitely makes them a team that will more than likely be in the postseason.
Yeah, and to keep an eye on, maybe have a little stay there, and maybe be that team that makes it to the Super Bowl. It's that big a deal. Does it bother you guys that franchise Brett Favre left Green Bay, went to the Jets? Now Aaron Rodgers
yesterday
leaves Green Bay, could go to the Jets. It's weird.
It is weird.
It's weird, but it was weirder for Favre to go from the Packers to the Vikings.
Well, he went Packers, Jets, Vikings, right? That's the way it went.
I think that's right.
Packers, Jets, Vikings.
His last stop was Vikings.
That felt weirder, and he took them to the NFC Championship game.
He did.
People maybe forget that.
But at least he had that awkward Jets moment first.
He didn't go straight into division. I mean, this would be like Rodgers going to the Vikings or replacing Kirk Cousins. That would feel very weird.
But truthfully, Aaron Rodgers it feels like that big of an axe to grind with Green Bay. You could very easily see him stopping off in Detroit or Chicago or Minnesota on his way out of the gate.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it's either going to be Jets or retirement. But when you send out to meet Aaron Rodgers in basically his turf, you've got the owner, the GM, the head coach, and the offensive coordinator. I mean, that's the big guns.
Yep. And they've got some big money they'll have to throw his way, about $60 million it would cost to get him there. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. I meant to send you video, Forrester. I went to Champy's yesterday. I'll send it to you for later in the hour. But the tamales come out. You know how they always come out, the hot and the steam just coming off of them. I got a little video of the steam coming up yesterday from my Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It had been a long time since I'd been down there to have them, and I forgot just how perfectly they taste there. A little chicken breast I had with a couple of sides. I got LT's beans that he loves so much, and a little potato salad. Just a really, really good lunch yesterday at Champy's Chicken. You can find out. Listen, my wife's hard to please, especially when it comes to fried chicken. She loves her dark meat. Took her to go order some of the dark meat there. Best chicken she's ever tasted, she says. And that says a lot coming from her. Champy'sChicken.com. Sterling and the crew down there. Highway 119 in Alabaster. They bring you part of the next round in this hour every day. As we get ready to talk more football, the other side of the quarterback coin is Jimmy Garoppolo. If the Jets do get Rodgers, some of the other teams in the mix, and I'm going to leave one, I'm not going to go in the order they're listed here, but Las Vegas and Carolina are the most interest, and one of the team that I'll get back to. But also Indianapolis could have some interest. Washington could have some interest. Tampa Bay could have some interest. Atlanta could have some interest. But they're also throwing in Houston because Jimmy G's what? He's a free agent. So if you're Houston, you can just go pick up Jimmy G, not have to give up anything. He be your quarterback, and you've got the 2 and the 12 in the first round. To me, that's an intriguing way of approaching this.
Well,
if you're the Houston Texans.
I mean, again, it's the known versus the unknown. The known, you know what Jimmy Garoppolo is as an NFL quarterback. I mean, you've got plenty of film on him. You know what you're getting. And could you potentially draft a better quarterback than him? You could. You could also just as easily draft a worse quarterback than him. It's just depends on how much you want the known.
Well, to me, Jimmy Garoppolo, there's worse quarterbacks that have been to Super Bowls before. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo wins a lot of games. A lot of that has to do with the fact that he plays for the San Francisco 49ers, but I think he's a pretty good quarterback. If I was a Colts fan, I wouldn't be excited because it seems like we're getting into this model of, already used up quarterbacks from Matt Ryan to Carson Wentz to now Jimmy Garoppolo. But your Texans idea is not bad at all because you bring in Garoppolo, you groom somebody, whether it's Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud, if you could get one of those guys at 2.
But see, that is what everyone's saying. But I think I would attack it differently. I'd go Jimmy G on the free agent. I'll take Will Anderson. I'll take Jalen Carter and start building the defense, or give him some offensive weapons there. Because, DeMeco Ryan's new coach of Houston. Where does he come from? San Francisco.
He knows him
and
well.
how they built
Yeah.
it. They built it from the outside in. The quarterback was sort of the last piece.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much respect he's got for Jimmy Garoppolo because if he has that opportunity, but if I'm Jimmy G and you have opportunities to go some of these other places, Houston probably would be one of the last places.
Because he being a free agent, he can decide where he goes.
Yeah,
He
and you look at that division right now. Jacksonville is rising. Tennessee's been good for years. Indianapolis is just missing a quarterback.
I think part of that, too, depends on do you think either one of these guys are can't-miss franchise guys? Because if you do this with Jimmy Garoppolo, you can always come back and draft quarterback later on. Like if this doesn't work or it just works okay, you can wait till you find – now, I mean, the deal Jimmy G's going to get is probably, a 5-year deal?
I don't know if you give him that long. I mean, what is
4
Jimmy
year?
G now? He's
31.
31, though. So
Yeah.
I was going to say 31. Maybe 3 years.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're going to do a little shorter-term deal with him, so you could always come back and grab a quarterback 2 years from now that you do think is a franchise quarterback.
I do think Bryce Young's going to be a franchise
Well,
quarterback.
and I think, Dunaway, that's the hesitation. Is in the back of your mind, you fear, quote-unquote, settling for Jimmy Garoppolo, and Bryce Young turns out to be Tom Brady. Or C.J. Stroud turns out to be Patrick Mahomes or Will Levis or whoever it is. All those people you pass on, one of those guys you could have drafted, and they turn out to be a Hall of Famer. And then you're like, I screwed that up, didn't I?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the fear. I would go with the known, though. I'm with you. I like this plan. Like, I'm the one yesterday that said if who was it, the Falcons? If I'm or whoever we're talking about, I'd give up the 2 first-round picks for Lamar Jackson and pay him because he's a known.
We were talking about the Texans.
The Texans, whoever it was. Yeah, you're right about that. The Texans, I'd give up the first rounds and pay him because Lamar Jackson is an absolute known. And, I mean, I guess in life, I kind of prefer dealing in the knowns than the unknowns, and drafting a quarterback's a complete crapshoot.
Some names to remember as you fill out your bracket starting Sunday night. And don't forget, you can do that with our friends at Redmont. Forrester's about to throw up a QR code again for you so you can join the bracket. It does not hurt to go ahead and join now. We encourage that, in fact. So you're locked and loaded and ready to start entering your picks coming up this weekend. There you see the QR code. We told you about Redmont earlier. We're glad to partner with them. Don't forget, coming up Sunday, we'll be at Walk-Ons on Highway 280 right after the selection show. We'll watch it there, the selection show, and then we'll react to it coming up immediately afterwards on all our video platforms. QR code, use that right now to jump in with our friends at Redmont. Some names to keep an eye on when it comes bracket time. The folks at The Athletic gives you 4 teams that they believe, they call them overdogs.
Okay.
Not underdogs. In other words, that they're highly overrated, and they could end up costing you if you have them going deep into the tournament. And I wanted to throw these out and get your reaction.
Okay.
One of them is Virginia, and I feel like you, too, have started to sell on Virginia a bit.
Well, I just think Virginia's trending in the wrong direction. They've got a big game against North Carolina. These teams split earlier this year. Carolina is playing with a ton of urgency because they know they've got to win a couple of more games to get in. Virginia was on a pretty good heater. Then they lost to Boston College, and they lost to North Carolina. I don't know. I think Virginia's offense is better than it's been in the past.
Is their defense, though? I think that's the thing.
They've got an elite coach in Tony Bennett.
Yeah, but they've been a 1 seed before. They were the only 1 seed ever to lose. So you can understand why you could be hesitant putting this Virginia team going out of the first weekend.
Yeah, but it was a Virginia team at one time. I think they won 13 of 14 this year. So I don't know. If I could go back and do my 6 to win the national championship, I wouldn't include Virginia.
Another ACC team in the mix here, according to The Athletic, that they think are overdogs, to be weary of putting them deep into your bracket, is the other side. I knew you would agree with Virginia. You disagree on this team. They say Miami is way overrated.
Oh, I disagree. Now, the blown loss, I think they were up 29 to Florida State. If you take that away, and you obviously can't, they've won 10 consecutive games. And, their last loss before that was at Pitt, and Pitt's a really good home team this year. I think Miami, again, another really good borderline elite coach in Larinaga. Isaiah Wong is one of the best players in college basketball. They've got a lot of experience, great guard play. I think Miami is going to be really dangerous in this tournament. I wonder what they're going to be seeded at, though.
And they're in the ACC tournament right now, up 6-4 as they're underway. They're in Greensboro. They're playing an early morning game as the number 1 overall seed.
Lenardi has them as a 5 right now. It's an interesting 5-12 matchup. He's got them against VCU.
That's a tough little draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could move up to a 4, though, if they win this tournament.
Yep, and they're underway there at the ACC tournament. 2 more overdogs, according to The Athletic. One of them is Xavier. Now, I don't know how deep you would have Xavier going anyway, but there has been some love for Xavier at one point in a very competitive Big East.
No, Xavier 23-8. 3 of those losses were early. But their last 6, last 7, they're 4-3.
Yeah, top 10 offensive team in the country. Xavier is. So that's one of those things. If they run up against, say, a good defensive team like a Tennessee, a Houston, or somebody like that, that's bad news for them.
Yeah, I'll go to give you guys a hint. As good as the Big East has been, and I think it's a really, really solid conference, I don't think I'm going to have a lot of Big East teams going deep.
Funny you say that, Lance. The other overdog,
Marquette,
another Big East team, but it's not Marquette. Marquette is in my head as a team that's overrated.
Creighton.
It's Creighton, who I have as the cream of the crop out of the Big East. I think they'll be the last Big East team standing.
Yeah, but where is Creighton? Creighton might be an 8-9.
They could be. They could be because of the games they lost when they had their big injury.
Yeah, but Creighton, a team that, they've lost. Yeah, they're 3-3 their last 6.
And that's back healthy too. They're 3-3 after they got back healthy.
Yeah, but one of those losses to Marquette by 2. And then the other loss to Providence on the road. That's a good team. And then at Villanova. Villanova's very average this year.
Yeah, Creighton is one of those teams, though, that every time I've done that KenPom thing, they've been there. Was one of those teams. Alabama has been there. Creighton has been there. UCLA has been there. Every time I've done the offensive and defensive efficiency, every single time Creighton has been in that.
Yeah, I just feel like there's been better Doug McDermott teams in the past.
Okay, I mentioned
Greg McDermott.
I mentioned 2 SEC teams that they call teams that if they get into the tournament to watch, that they could also blow up your bracket because you have them losing in the first round. Missouri, Mississippi State out of the SEC. They also mentioned Northwestern, Rutgers, Iowa, and NC State. Some of those definitely not even in the tournament securely yet, having to get some work done today. It's a big bubble day for some of these power conference teams. It's a big game day for our friends down with the Birmingham Squadron. They play Santa Cruz tonight, 7 o'clock at Legacy Arena. It's the second to last home game of the year for the Squadron. So you need to get there while you can tonight. Great opportunity to get down there and watch them play a little hoop. Is today the 8th or the 9th, Brown?
Today is the 9th, Jimmy.
The 9th. So it is tonight, 7 o'clock at Legacy Arena. Second to last home game. And, of course, it is yesterday was International Women's Day. celebrating women's empowerment, and that is Women's Empowerment Night at Legacy Arena. They'll be honoring their female fans and the contribution to the sport and to our lives as well. So it is a night to celebrate women's empowerment down at Legacy Arena, 7 o'clock, as the Squadron get into action. You can get your tickets always with our friends at Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com, or call 205-719-0850, 719-0850. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Let's get you ready for tonight's Arkansas game. Champy's Chicken, by the way, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful place for lunch or dinner. And as you get ready to watch the basketball tonight all weekend long, and then, of course, the NCAA tournament, fill up that table in the sports room with a great menu from our friends at champyschicken.com. That includes the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale and all the deep-fried Southern fried chicken, and so much more are right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. All right, let's go with cut number 6, Bruce Pearl. Getting ready for tonight's game. Auburn in action tonight, 6 o'clock against Arkansas. Auburn an underdog in this contest. Bruce Pearl talking with our friends at ABC 30-40 yesterday in Nashville about how this team has they went through that roller coaster of a blowout loss to Kentucky, close loss to Alabama, then getting a much-needed win at home against Tennessee, and it's sort of been that way for a tough-minded team all year long.
They taught me that they're resilient. I'll tell you what, kids, they bounce back. And I tell parents and counseling them, I said, you know what? Young people are actually more resilient than us older folks. And when we lost 4 or 5 straight Saturdays in the SEC, that made church on Sunday not so pleasant. And I honestly think our players were able to bounce back even easier than the coaches. That's what the players have taught me. They get to the next game pretty quickly.
At some point, there'll be no next game after a loss. But we talked to Wendell Green Jr. earlier in the show. It's podcasted for you on all the platforms. And, Brandon, that's got to be one thing you like about this team. They've been able to flush some close losses and come back out and be just as competitive again the next game.
Yeah, but to your point, you only get one more loss this year. That's it.
Well, your SEC tournament, but then the NCAA tournament.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can only afford one more loss this year, or it's over. And that's the mindset you got to have is, you know, you'd love to win the SEC tournament, but a loss there doesn't end your season. But that's the only loss you could take from here on. And they lost a lot of games down the stretch. And that's just, you know, it's just a different mindset now. You can bounce back from a loss in the regular season. You cannot bounce back from a loss in the NCAA tournament.
So Auburn goes tonight against Arkansas, part of a day of basketball that starts at 12 noon today with Mississippi State and Florida. The winner gets Alabama. That's Auburn shooting around yesterday at Bridgestone before the action cranked up last night. And we talked to Wendell earlier. You can get that podcasted and the video at all our video platforms, including there on YouTube. Remember to like and subscribe. And thank you for getting us over the 12,000 mark in subscribers this week. We appreciate that so much. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Peachtree Planning, getting you set up for the rest of your life, making sure you're not making any more bad investments.
Yeah, again, bad investment can set you back years on retirement. That's the last thing you want to do. If you've got that year in mind, go see our friends Mark Burkholder and Clay McDowell. Tell them, hey, this is the year I want to retire. What do I need to do for it? Our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama, an independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients across the country. Local guys. I know everybody, you get a little weird when it comes to finances. You don't like to discuss it with people. These are guys you can trust. Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. Call them today. Peachtree Planning of Alabama, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437.
Interesting that I would imagine if you read this, we may be in line for some more damaging news about Tiger Woods maybe coming up.
That's a weird story, isn't it?
Yeah. For those that don't know, Tiger Woods is being sued $30 million by his girlfriend of 6 years, Erica Herman. She lived with him. She's suing because she was removed from the home. They lived together for 6 years, but the suit is seeking $30 million. But one thing that they're also suing for is to get out of a DNA. NDA, excuse me.
Cannot get out of DNA.
Cannot get out of the NDA.
Hard to get out of the NDA.
The non-disclosure agreement. And legal experts and those that are following this case tell TMZ the way you can get out of the NDA usually is in situations of sexual assault or sexual harassment. And they believe, the attorneys of this lady thinks that that could rise up in this case and allow her to get out of the NDA.
Yeah, and the other side obviously says, yeah, this is her trying to manufacture something that gets her out of the NDA.
Yeah, or to get a buyout.
Yeah. So I would hesitate, and I'm not saying you're doing this, Dunaway, but people that look at this story, I would hesitate to read into it that she's accusing Tiger Woods of sexual assault or something like that. There is just a chance she's using a legal loophole here to either get the buyout or get out of the NDA.
Yeah, look, and there's two sides to every story. This could be a situation where they broke up and she doesn't want to be, on the outside. There was something that I heard this morning somewhere, it might have been ESPN, where she said she was locked out of a place.
Wow. Yeah, locked out of their home. Yeah. It was her belief that they had an agreement for a certain period of time that is not over yet, that she was still going to be allowed to live in their home, whatever home this was. And they, according to her attorneys, drove her to an airport to send her on a vacation. And when she got to the airport, they told her that she was done.
Don't come back.
Yeah. And when she went back, she did not have a home.
You know how they met, right? Do you know the story?
I do not.
She was
Edwin Watts.
She was the general manager of his restaurant. What have you heard about Company Inc.?
Don't dip it. Don't dip the pen in it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it might be delayed, but it'll come back to bite you at some point.
Tiger does not have blinders on.
Ashley's one of our great female listeners. She was a flipping restaurant manager and is shaking him down for money since he never married her. They broke up, and she's pissed.
I
says
agree with
Ashley.
It does seem like that might be part of the story, yes.
Let's get to trash and hit the big button. LT's got some betting odds and some of the big events coming up in the Oscars and the other stories for you right after Tyler hits that big button for Mortgage Right.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs, and that perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you're going to know exactly how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We will start with some of the odds. Lunsford, how many of these films have you seen?
Of the best
10.
picture, I've seen 7.
See, I've only seen 4. I started Everything Everywhere All at Once, but Layden wants to watch it, so she's like, wait on me. This has been like 2 weeks in the waiting.
What's the name of it?
Everything Everywhere All at Once. They are your favorites minus 1,400. Did you think it was the best picture you saw this year?
I think it's one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Okay.
Whoa, ever, huh?
Yeah, I'm excited about it, but
It's really
again,
good.
I'm just waiting for Layton to come over.
So who's in it, and what's the premise?
So the main person is Michelle Yeoh, who could potentially win Best Actress too.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis is in it. She may win. She's kind of
Best
come on
Supporting
strong
Actress.
lately. And then the kid who played Short Round in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Oh, he's back?
He's back, and he plays the husband in it. And he is by far the biggest lock across the Oscars to win the Oscar.
Okay, so what are some of the other Best Picture nominees for those of us that don't know?
All Quiet on the Western Front. They did it from the German perspective. I thought
I've
it was
heard it's
fantastic.
really good, yeah.
Really, really good. You seen that one?
That's one of the ones I hadn't seen yet.
Yeah, it's very good. The Banshees of
Inisherin.
Yeah, I saw that. I like Martin McDonagh, the stuff he's done before. 3 Billboards. What was the other one with Colin Farrell? Not Prague. In Bruges.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought both of those were really good. I did not like this. I thought it was so boring. But it's one of the favorites. Top Gun is up for Best Picture.
That's the one I would vote for. Yeah, that was a fantastic movie.
Well, that's the first one I've seen.
If you want a sleeper, that's the one to go for.
Oh, really? It's a sleeper? Yeah, I mean, it's not going to win it because people are,
it's not gonna win.
Action movies and, stuff that's just not like artsy and subtitles and stuff like that never wins this kind of stuff. The stuff everybody likes, like Top Gun, they're not going to do that.
It's a good movie, but
I'd vote for it.
I would be really surprised if you hadn't even seen any of these other ones.
Well, I know. That's why I'm voting for that one.
The Fabelmans, which is kind of the biography on Steven Spielberg, which I haven't seen.
It's a really good, boring movie.
Yeah, it looks boring.
Really good, boring movie. Huh?
Yeah,
Tom
really
Hanks, right?
Really well done, boring.
Tar is up for Best Picture. I think more so because of the performance.
Yeah, so Cate Blanchett and Michelle Yeoh are kind of back and forth as the favorites. It's a really, really good movie, but it will bore the hell out of 99% of people.
Oh, good Lord. Lunsford has not sold me on any of these.
And
They're
it's
all
called
boring.
Tar?
Yeah, Brown, you'll turn it off in the first 5 minutes.
Okay.
Elvis, which I just don't like Baz Luhrmann at all. I don't like any of his stuff. It is
It's the best thing he's done.
Plus
to me.
6,500. I've heard that, and I've heard Austin Butler's really, really good.
Yeah.
Avatar: The Way of the Water. No chance I'm watching that when I got suckered into the first
Tyler
Avatar.
with a hard head shake, no.
Yeah, and Lunsford told me I
Awful.
would puke. Triangle of Sadness. I told Lunsford the night I was watching it, and then I tried to explain it afterwards, and I couldn't. Now, an edible did not help because it was a very strange movie. Woody Harrelson was really good in it. And finally, Women Talking. I haven't heard of Women Talking.
I haven't seen it yet. It's Rooney Mara, Frances McDormand. It's got a lot of big people in it. It's about like an Amish group of women that there's all kind of sexual things that happen to them and them trying to fight back. It's kind of a hard movie to describe.
It sounds a little dark.
It is very dark.
Yeah.
Wow. Best actor, Brendan Fraser is your favorite for The Well. I still haven't seen that performance.
Heck of a bounce back for him.
Incredible.
Yeah. But, I mean, who do you think wins, him or Austin Butler for Elvis?
I'm leaning on Austin Butler, especially from a Vegas perspective, because he's a slight underdog, but I wish Brendan Fraser would win.
See, this is pretty torn because Brendan Fraser won the BAFTA, which is the Academy Awards over in England. He also won the Golden Globe, precursors to who typically wins, but Austin Butler won Critics' Choice and SAG.
He's come on lately, and voting ended Wednesday, so they let all the awards get through, so that's why I think Austin Butler could win.
Yeah. Anyway, that's...
He's the one that can't quit talking like Elvis, too, man. So he's committed to the craft. You got to vote for him.
Any actresses, or are they in the same category with the actors?
No. Michelle Yeoh, like he said, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. She is your favorite. She won the SAG.
By a lot? Like, it's not even close for everyone else?
No. It's minus 165. It's like Alabama to win the, not like Alabama to win the SEC tournament. Kate Blanchett is more like Alabama to win at plus 120. But she won the BAFTA and the Critics' Choice and the Golden Globe. Who do you think wins between those two?
Between Michelle Yeoh and Kate Blanchett?
Yep.
I think Kate Blanchett, because Michelle Yeoh has pissed a lot of people off this week.
Uh-oh. What'd she say?
People are writing a lot about her being the first Asian woman to win, and so she's been sharing it all and pushing it like, I could be. Yeah, that could be it. And apparently that's pissed everybody off.
So, I mean, God forbid.
I'm surprised that would piss the Academy off. They love
everybody's, I think it's going to vote for Kate Blanchett.
It's ridiculous. I'm not going to watch because of that.
Yeah, I bet, Brown.
I'm going to be working on my bracket because it's on Selection Sunday. It seems like a dumb time to do the Oscars to me.
Yeah, that shows you how in tune they are with things, right?
Yeah, really.
We've got a staff member at a school in Connecticut was arrested after police say a fifth grade student lost consciousness when she demonstrated a chokehold maneuver.
Oh.
Stephanie Sambria, 50 years old, was working as a math coach, which doesn't make any sense, at Brookside Elementary School back in February when officials say she performed the martial arts move on 3 students. She doesn't look happy there.
Yeah, she does not. Very sad looking person.
I mean, was she like dancing around him like, good night, Stephanie, boom. How about you, David? Night, David. And start doing those wrestling moves?
Well, police said they were demonstrating jiu-jitsu moves to some of the students in the class who had volunteered to do that. So this was not a call that we usually get every day. After the student lost consciousness, the school nurse immediately treated the child. They typically put a Band-Aid on or give somebody an aspirin.
And generally, they don't have to revive them. Yeah.
An arrest warrant was issued for Sanabria, and she was arrested at her home a week later. She faces charge of strangulation, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By the way, she no longer has a job.
Oh, really? She got fired for that?
Yeah.
I mean,
shock you.
I grew up in the day where you could put a sleeper on a kid and not get fired, Jim.
We have heard about the WWE. How about this? I think Lunsford is a believer, too. Warmer temperatures in the Arctic are thawing the region's permafrost, frozen layer of soil beneath the ground, and potentially stirring viruses that, after lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, could endanger animal and human health. So they're basically saying a zombie virus.
Oh, it's been thawed out in the Antarctic is what they're saying?
Yeah, so...
well, it doesn't have to be a zombie virus to kill us all.
It could be just any virus.
Yeah, I'm really more worried about what they're cooking up in Wuhan than I am what's melting in the ice.
That place is safe over there, man.
While a pandemic unleashed by a disease from the distant past sounds like a plot of a sci-fi movie, scientists warn that the risks, though low, are real. Chemical and radioactive waste that dates back to the Cold War has the potential to harm wildlife and disrupt ecosystems, may also be released during thaws. To better understand the risk posed by frozen viruses, John Michael Calvera, a professor of medicine and genomics in France, has tested Earth samples taken from Siberian permafrost to see whether any viral particles are still infectious. He's in search of what he describes as a, quote, zombie virus. He says he's found some. 2014 managed to revive a virus he and his team isolated from the permafrost, making it infectious for the first time in 30,000 years by inserting it into cultured cells, repeating this with a different virus in 2015.
Well, I don't understand why we do this.
I don't either. I think it's the
What-
dumbest thing.
what could go wrong?
You are playing with fire.
What could go
Now,
wrong?
he said for safety, he chose a study of a virus that could only target single-celled amoebas.
Oh, good.
Not animals or humans. What is disturbing to me is you get a crazy dude like this.
That's right. He'd
that-
kill us all.
Yeah, that wants to
Yep.
target humans and animals.
Yeah. Or you could be testing it for, warfare, and it leaks out through a ventilation system, and it impacts the entire globe. Allegedly.
It's just a bat at a wet bar.
Yeah, he managed to do it. His latest research, this time on a 48,500-year-old virus taken from an underground lake sample over 50 feet below the surface.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of this.
I really don't. It does sound like a sci-fi movie.
Everybody be working from home for another year.
All over the place. Reportedly, a group of skiers hiked up to the Teacup Bowl at a resort in Alaska in the middle of the night to make their mark on a mountain. Of course, they drew a giant...
of course they did. Yes.
There it is.
Boy, that is a long way to go to draw a giant
penis.
Yes.
I would tell you this. If I was going to draw it, you know me, I could do it better. If I,
would you give the little pierogies a little curve to it?
Well, no, I would have gone sideways on the mountain first off.
Yeah, you would not have had it aiming down.
Because it really looks more like a mushroom cloud from an explosion going upwards instead of two testicles pointing straight down. I would go penis on the side of the face of the mountain there. You could actually get a little bit more upward movement and a little longer if you wanted to.
That seems like a lot of work.
It really does.
Anyway, helicopter photographer took a picture, posted it on his Instagram account with the caption, National Geo investigates a strange hieroglyphic on a local ski hill today. It was determined that it is not of alien origin.
Oh, really? So aliens didn't do that?
Yeah. Weird looking landing gear.
It is. But congratulations.
Yeah. Oh, there's a helicopter checking it out.
How long do you think it took them?
Oh, it took a while.
Because look how small they are compared
Well,
to
and look how high they had to go up the mountain to do it. They're all the way up there.
No, Dave, the left nut's got to be bigger. Bigger.
Start over.
I will say that it is, it's pretty proportional.
Yeah. I haven't studied a lot of those, but yes.
No, but I'm just talking about, as Dunaway said, right ball, left ball.
Yeah. It would have been out of whack if I'd have done it. You're exactly right.
The only thing is these people in the helicopter in the last picture were sent out to get rid of it. The mountain manager at the resort called a helicopter company to come out there and get rid of the snow penis.
Wow.
I think I just let it melt, get covered up, dusted up, whatever.
It's awkwardly dripping, though, for a while.
I'm only going up a mountain like that if there's a treasure or something.
You think so? Yeah. That's the only thing that's going to get you up there is buried treasure.
So, hey, Tony, welcome home, man. I cooked us some stew. We're going to watch the big game. We got a cold Bud Light in the fridge. What'd you do at work today? I had to go erase a penis on the side of a mountain. Tough day. Let me pop one open for you.
This is a pretty crazy story here. A man in Florida was walking with his family on the beach when he found an abnormally large clam. It turns out it was not only big, but extremely old. It dates back to 1809.
How do we know? We asked the clam?
We count the rings on the shell.
What year are you born?
A marine lab, research lab, and aquarium said Blaine Parker was on Alligator Point, Florida Beach on the Gulf of Mexico when he found a quahog clam. Now, most of these clams are 2.8 to 4.3 inches, according to the lab. Parker's was 6 inches and 2.5 pounds. Quahogs have grown rings similar to those in trees. This one has 214 rings, which dates it back to 1809. That happens to be the year President Abraham Lincoln was born.
Oh, hey, I was right. They counted the rings, Brown. I did not know that.
You're correct.
So it's called a quahog?
The clam was given a fitting name, Aberclam Lincoln.
Oh.
Now, these clams are often harvested to eat. That is exactly what Parker was looking to do, thinking he'd at least get 2 servings of chowder out of the giant mollusk. Quote, we were going to eat it, but we thought about it a while, figured it was probably pretty special, so we didn't want to kill it. Instead, they took it to the lab where he works, and Looks like Aberclam Lincoln was attracting about 100 visitors a day, but last week the lab released it back into the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. Also, it'd be 224 years old. It probably tastes a little gamey.
You think so?
I mean, what is their life expectancy?
I don't really know. I don't know a whole lot about the clams.
All I know is it's quahog, not
quahog.
Quahog?
Like Family Guy. The town they live in is Quahog. It's named after that.
Ooh, pig. Quahog.
That's all I got.
That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Brandy, tell us about our guest lineup. We moved one guy to 12 noon. Who are we talking to there?
Oh, that's going to be the Moose, man. Daryl Johnston. We'll talk a little NFL and USFL with the Moose. He's going to be on with us at 12. And the Rockstar, Sean Henniger, going to make his return to the show at 12:35.
Then we're heading up to Nashville. Losers tomorrow on your way in to watch the SEC basketball tournament. Alabama in the winner of this first game today, Mississippi State and Florida. They go at 12 noon tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting from Losers right across the street from Bridgestone Arena. Come by, say hi to us, and then walk your way into the arena to cheer on for your favorite teams. And then Sunday, we're at Walk-Ons 280 for the selection show and then a live show afterwards. If you can't make it to Walk-Ons 280, make sure you got your alert set and join us on video to talk about the bracket and how it's been unveiled. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness as well. I've enjoyed 2 protein bars today, and that's it because I'm about to eat a huge dinner tonight with my buddy Brownie and LT. Brownie's taking us to the best steakhouse you've ever been to?
Best steak I've ever eaten in a restaurant.
Best steak he's ever eaten in a restaurant. Where we're headed tonight.
For you to say that, you know how Dunaway's going to
Oh,
react
no,
to
it's I don't really care because I enjoy this place. I'm going to go enjoy it, but I know what the result of this is going to be already.
No, 100%. I enjoyed the one you dissed the other day down in on our way to the beach.
This is infinitely better than that.
I think you liked that one better after you saw your server the next day.
I did. I wish I'd asked for more of the bread because the buns look good. Our friends at Way to Wellness will keep you in shape and help your blood pressure and your cholesterol. Just go to our friends at Way to Wellness. Their website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Check them out. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation, your meeting with Leslie, is absolutely free. Check it out, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Last night at Odie's, LT asked this question. What was it last night?
This was a random question. What came first, the movie Pitch Perfect or the last ever episode of Friday Night Lights?
Dun, 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 dun,
Brown
dun.
knows this.
I do know the answer.
Because you were there last night at Odie's award-winning trivia night. I'm going to say that the last episode of Friday Night Lights came first.
The last episode of Friday Night Lights, 2011. Pitch Perfect, 2012.
Yeah, so close. I didn't think Friday Night Lights was that close.
Yeah,
it
these
did
are
extend out 1 year too long.
Things you learn when you come to Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every single Wednesday night. There's a possibility that Rockstar will be back. I think he comes back Wednesday of next week, if my math is correct. Now, whether or not he's going to do trivia, I don't know. We'll be there regardless. Join us. But if you're looking for a big-time place for lunch or dinner, enjoy some of Rodney Davis's food, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Great place to watch tournament basketball all weekend long. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It is Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so Alabama with another day off. And for some of you in the video and audio chat rooms on our platforms here, you guys felt like Alabama was a tired basketball team, mentally and physically at the end of the year, just not playing the same. We talked to Namari Burnett yesterday. He seemed to sort of not agree with that. It seemed like he did not want to admit that they were tired.
Felt like maybe he's making excuses if he does. I could see that side of it.
Nate Oates talked yesterday about maybe the advantage, turning it into a positive of having the days off, a couple of extra days. Than most teams in the SEC basketball tournament.
I mean, it was good because we got back to really concentrating on us. You know, when you play 2 games a week for pretty much since Christmas break, it's really prep for that team, prep for the next team, prep for the next team, and you're not able to focus just on you as much as you were in some of the non-conference, whatever. So we got back to really cleaning up what we felt like we had to get better at. Guys were able to do a lot more individual skill stuff. We've got different shooting drills we do in practice. We did one today. We set a program record for it. It's all threes. I feel like we're shooting the ball a little better, which would help the situation out. I think our guys got some confidence back. Some guys that maybe were getting a little banged up got their legs back up under them.
One of the most interesting things he said, and he said it earlier this week, was to me that they didn't do corrections on Texas A&M. And I thought that was an interesting approach to basically just say, hey, that's rearview mirror. That's regular season. Yeah, did we make a lot of mistakes in that game? Would we normally do our corrections? We would, but we're postseason now. That's all regular season. It feels like that's kind of the message you're sending if you're Nate Oates, right? That's a regular season game. We're not even going to worry about that anymore. It's like it didn't happen because regular season does not matter now.
Yeah, more to what you had been saying, that it was a meaningless game. And for them, the loss, they're still SEC champions. They're still the 1 seed, and time to move on now. I understand what you're saying there. One more from Nate here, cut number 4. And I want you to listen to this, and you tell me if this could be a positive when you get to the NCAA tournament. He talks about having the culture tested over the last few weeks. It has not been easy for this basketball team. Here's Nate Oates.
Everybody says they're going to have great culture at the beginning of the year, and then you go through the season and face adversity, whether it's losses or off-court adversity, and you find out how much you really do care for each other, love each other, and your culture gets tested a little bit. And I think our guys have responded well. They've really leaned into each other. They love each other. You know, myself, you lean on my faith a lot. Spend a little more time in the scriptures praying for wisdom. It's been a very tough situation, as you understand. I mean, like Brandon said, it's been heartbreaking, just on all accounts. But, there's things that are a lot bigger in life than basketball. But, at the same time, we still have, my job is to lead these young men, and they needed a lot of leading this year. And, I don't think God puts you through anything more than you can handle. So that's kind of where my thoughts have had to turn in these last few weeks.
So every championship team has a story when it's all said and done, right? Nobody's championship year, maybe the 72 Dolphins, but I bet if you go back and talk to the 72 Dolphins, they had some moments or a story or a cause or something they were playing for. The off-the-field stuff is well documented. The on-the-court stuff, where it hasn't been easy for this team lately, can that help you down the road, that now you've seen what it's like to be really hot and good, and then now you've seen what it's like to miss 25 or to hit only 25 of 125 threes. Can that help you at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I think adversity can bring teams together, and this is a reset. You lose your final game of the regular season. Really doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. It didn't matter for for the regular season championship. It's not going to matter for seeding for the tournament. And now you get an opportunity to go out there. I do think Nashville's semi-important to get those shots back, though. Because sooner or later, you got to start hitting some shots.
I don't think there's a danger in you wearing yourself down by playing 3 straight games. I mean, you're just going to come back to Tuscaloosa, rest a couple days, and go to Birmingham. So it's not that big a deal. I think Nate Oates would far prefer to see his team reel off 3 straight wins and play cleaner basketball. I don't think there's a concern about, you've had time off now since A&M. You play 3 games, you go back home, you got some time off before going to Birmingham. I think if he could get his team coming out of there playing 3 straight wins of clean basketball against quality opponents, you'd feel great about yourself going into the tournament.
Yeah, but tomorrow at noon, if they hit 3 of 30 from 3 and lose 66-63 to Mississippi State, you're a little concerned.
You're certainly concerned
heading into next week. You'll still be a 1 seed.
Yeah.
You'll still be in Birmingham, but you're a little concerned because there's all of a sudden a pattern forming. And even if you win the game, you get behind early, because that's been the thing lately. They've just gotten themselves into holes in the first half, and it seems like they spend the rest of the game digging out of it. And I thought they were going to dig their way out of it again Saturday at College Station.
Your problem becomes, and look, and A&M's a really good team, Auburn's a good team, but you get into a tournament situation where it is one and done, and you get in one of these holes, that pressure starts to build. And then guys start to tense up a little bit, and you're not playing your best basketball. You're not playing loose. You get out, you get a double-digit lead. That's when this Alabama team is really good.
Yeah. Alabama gets the winner of Mississippi State and Florida, then Tennessee and Ole Miss. The winner gets Missouri. Arkansas and Auburn. The winner gets A&M. Looking forward to being in the arena tomorrow night for hopefully an Auburn A&M game to see. I've seen Auburn up close and personal a couple of times this year. Would love to see that A&M team in person. I have not seen them in person yet. And then Kentucky tomorrow night. It'd be fun to see them take on the winner of Vandy and LSU. So quarters tomorrow. Looking forward to the quarterfinals, semis on Saturday, then championship early Sunday before Selection Sunday comes up. little football conversation when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, the people that changed Lance's life 2 decades ago.
Make the phone call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. You've got nothing to lose. Simple phone call, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you're sick of wearing the contacts, you're sick of the glasses, now is the time to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995. I had the 2200 vision before I went to see him. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @Next Round Live on YouTube.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. Rockstar is back on with us a little bit later on. He'll be with us at 12:35. First, if you can pull up the Rockstar schedule. He's been rolling through the West now, making his way back. He's turned the corner. He's back over the Rockies into Heartland now. He, Colorado Springs, Oklahoma City. It is Tulsa, Oklahoma tonight. Then Wichita, Des Moines, like a Johnny Cash song. Wichita, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Lincoln, Nebraska, and then he's back home. And then he'll go back out to Newark and Wallaha, South Carolina, a little bit later on. But he's back home after that little stint. So it's very, very close now for Rocky being back. He'll join us coming up at 12:35. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. They are there, your diamond specialists, and they've been there for almost 2 centuries.
Since 1832, family owned and operated. As Dunaway said, your diamond specialist. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. If you're thinking about popping the question, get in, go see the guys at Bromberg's. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Bromberg's also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You will find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at the Summit store. Again, for more information to view these great timepieces, go online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
All right, let's talk some football with the executive vice president of the USFL, Dallas Cowboy NFL great, Fox analyst. He does a lot of things. The Moose, Daryl Johnston, with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Very fitting there. How are you today, Moose? Oh, we've hang on.
I'm in Birmingham this morning, so trying to catch up with everything already.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we had you muted at the start. So you're back in Birmingham now, huh?
Yes. Yeah. I got into town last night. Got over to the facilities today and did a quick walkthrough and figure out where we need to start focusing our attention before the coaches get here on the 13th.
Obviously, us being in Birmingham, I mean, we love the fact that all the games were in town last year. You guys are spreading it out amongst 4 cities, Detroit, Canton, Birmingham, and Memphis. How important was it for you guys to, instead of having one hub, to spread it out a little more regionally?
Well, I thought it was important for us last year to do the single hub, to have all 8 teams here. And, it was really beneficial because it was truly an all hands on deck scenario. We really had no job description, no job boundaries. We all kidded around. You wake up in the morning and the motto is just get the job done as best you can. So, we worked through that. But one of the things that we did that was very unique last year is we really kind of pushed the envelope from a production standpoint. We've got great partners. When you talk about Fox and NBC, I mean, in my opinion, America's Game of the Week on Fox and Sunday Night Football are the 2 best broadcasts for football. So with those guys as our partners and with the assets they have at their disposal, we were really aggressive. I mean, double sky cam, drone cameras, helmet cameras, which supposedly this year are going to be a little bit better for some of the people last year who got a little bit of motion sickness. I think we figured that one out. So with all that technology, what happened was we picked up the empty seats. You mentioned it was basically 10 home games for Birmingham. When Birmingham played, we had really good crowds at Protective Stadium. When they didn't play, we struggled to get that attendance to come to the games. So what you saw in the background, because of our production, was empty seats. So the focus in year 2, as we listened to the feedback from all of our fans, was, is there anything you can do to fix that? And I credit our league and the people who are building this about being very aggressive to resolve that. I thought we would go to 2 hubs, a northern hub and a southern hub, but we embraced the challenge and listened to our fans and wanted to get as many home games out there as we possibly could. So we've gone to 4. And we're 2 teams in each hub. So, that will be our challenge this year. Working around the single hub with all 8 teams in one spot had challenges. And now we'll have to face those new challenges in year 2, where we're in 4 separate hubs with 2 teams and a group that's kind of spread a little bit thin from time to time.
As we talked to you about this last year, as an older guy, but all of us, we've been through a variety of different leagues here in Birmingham and in the country. And from week 1 on, the play was just amazing. The action on the field was really good football, and I think everybody being in the same place helped that a little bit this year. There's some retention. I don't know if everybody knows this. A lot of the Stallions and a lot of players are back for year 2 in this league. I would imagine that sort of, you've played football a long time, that's going to help the quality of play a little bit, right?
Yeah, that was going to be our challenge last year. We were on a very aggressive timeline when you talk about calendar, to get everything up and running. And really the reason why was to be able to kind of lock our players in. We knew the XFL was coming right behind us, and we wanted to make sure we had those guys. Now, we did lose a few. We did lose a few coaches. But to your point, the majority of our guys stayed here. I give a lot of credit. Our players unionized last season, and that could have been a situation that really put us in a position that was hard to share information for the guys to make a decision. But everybody in the USFL did a tremendous job of getting that CBA done as quickly as possible. Got it done in an area that was favorable to both sides, and allowed us to be able to share the information for our players in our league to make that tough decision as we got towards the end of the year, that December 31st cutoff date. So we have retained a lot of players. Our general managers have done a fantastic job in the offseason. It was basically like a free agency period. We talked about that 2022 draft class being the largest draft class with draftable grades on them. Well, a lot of those players were still available. They were out there, hadn't latched onto a team. So we kind of went back in and mined that. There's another pool of free agents that come out of the NFL every season. As they go back and forth with their rosters, more and more talent is exposed and has the potential to join the USFL. But what I was most proud of is what they did in the 2023 college draft, our first ever college draft for the USFL. And, some of the names and the quality of the players that came out of that, the diversity of the style of school, the type of school, anything from, the big schools like Michigan State, UCLA, Iowa State, Oklahoma State, down to the Campbells and the Incarnate Words, the Merrimacks, showing that you can find quality football players at every level. So I'm really excited to see how our teams transition any potential guys from our 2023 draft class, our first college draft class this season.
Daryl Johnston with us. He's the Executive Vice President of the USFL, and you can follow them on Twitter at USFL. Moose is on Twitter at Daryl Johnston. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Other than being in multiple cities, if I'm just watching the USFL, what is a noticeable change from year one to year two?
You're going to see, some different rules. We tweaked them a little bit again. I think one of the big things that we saw last year, and this is from our generation, right? If you grow up at my age as a fan of the game of football, you had great kick returners. And I think last year in the USFL, we had great kick returners. Obviously, Cavante Turpin is our lead ambassador for what the USFL can do to help jumpstart a guy's opportunity to get back to the NFL. And we had several other players that were similar to that, in the return game. But when we went back and looked at it, even kicking off from the 25, we only had about 81% of our kickoffs returned. And we were hoping to be up more closer to 90%. So we've gone old school. We've pushed it back. We've pushed it back to the 20-yard line to encourage those returns. And the great thing about it is the way that we kind of structure the way our guys release on the kickoff team and how our guys are staged in the kickoff return team. We were able to have a healthy play. And that's the play in the NFL that they're trying to fix is that kickoff. So we were able to increase the returns last year. We're hoping to do it more this year, give these guys an opportunity to push on to chase that dream in the NFL. I think the big thing is we had 50% turnover in our head coaching staff. And that was something that was surprising, that was challenging. Larry Fedora was one of the first guys to come to us and say, hey, you know what, I'm at that stage of life where it was more than I anticipated. I got into it and I got competitive and I spent more time than I thought I was going to. I was all hands on deck, just like you guys were. And I'm at that stage of life where I want to spend more time with my wife, more time with my family. So Larry walked away, but we went into a full-blown evaluation kind of interview process to replace Larry in New Orleans. And thank goodness we did that, because we ended up with a number of really, really good candidates that came out of that interview process. And we lost several more coaches as the year progressed. We lost Kirby Wilson in Pittsburgh. We lost Jeff Fisher in Michigan. We lost Kevin Sumlin in Houston. And these guys were fantastic. I'll always be eternally grateful to our original 8, because we asked them to jump through a lot of hoops. They never batted an eye. They understood the importance of the USFL perspective, superseding sometimes the individual franchise, and they were awesome. So to replace those guys was going to be challenging. But to get a guy like John DeFilippo, who in 2017 was probably one of the hottest head coaching candidates in the NFL, to be able to bring back Ray Horton through our interview process and get him in Pittsburgh alongside his son, Jaron, the defensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Maulers, to lose a guy like Jeff Fisher with all that experience, which was critical for us in year one. We leaned on Jeff quite a bit because he's been through this process and been on so many committees with the NFL, that there's just a wealth of knowledge there. And Mike Nolan called us. We didn't have to go looking for Mike Nolan. Mike Nolan called us and said, hey, I heard you've got an opening in Michigan. I'd love to be considered. That shows you that we're doing things the right way when people of that caliber come out. And to wrap the whole thing up, when Kevin Sumlin got his opportunity to return back to a Power 5 at Maryland, late in the game, how do we replace that coach? Can we promote from within? And one of our candidates in that original interview process was Curtis Johnson, and Curtis Johnson actually had a relationship with Eric Price, who was the new offensive coordinator for the Houston Gamblers. So there was built-in connections there, and we were able to get that spot filled without disrupting that staff that had worked so hard in the offseason to try and get ahead of the curve going into training camp. So we've got half of our league that's going to look a little bit different to our fans this year, just in their style of play, because we've got some new head coaches that are at the helm.
In the fall, you covered the NFL for Fox. You've been on plenty of broadcasts where Aaron Rodgers has been part of that game. The big question in the NFL looms right now: where will Aaron Rodgers end up? Is it going to be staying in Green Bay? Will it be retirement? Is it going to be in New York? What's your gut feel on Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. A lot of success in Green Bay, especially, the 3 seasons previous to this past one. I think a lot of times people see that transitional period coming for a franchise, especially when you've been kind of held at bay by salary cap struggles, and you haven't been able to add, and you can see that rebuild process on the horizon. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Aaron Rodgers leave. And I would think that there's familiarity there, from Matt LaFleur's offense into what Mike LaFleur had put in place prior to his departure. I think that that's probably the one flag for me is, boy, if this process was really in place, why wouldn't you have stayed with Mike LaFleur at that time and not made that transition at the end of the season? But the Jets are an up-and-coming team. We had them in the middle of the season last year. The thing that hurt them is the quarterback spot. And a lot of the other pieces are there. That offensive line is good. That defense is very good, very San Francisco-esque, because of the coaching staff. So if you're a guy like Aaron Rodgers and you've got a franchise that feels they're that one key piece, that quarterback piece away from really elevating their franchise, I think that becomes very, very intriguing. So if he's going to leave Green Bay, I think that the New York Jets makes quite a bit of sense for him. And you could jump into that situation and be right back into an AFC championship game potential pretty quickly.
You can get tickets to all the USFL games by visiting theusfl.com, theusfl.com. Right there at the top is where you buy tickets. You cannot miss it for all the games, including the Birmingham Stallions here in the Magic City. Daryl, we're excited. It's back again. It's hard to believe it's been a year, but we're excited that year has passed, and you're back in town with us.
So are we. And it's great to be here. Birmingham is always going to have a special place for everybody in the USFL because of year one. And not only as the host for year one, but to actually have the Stallions win our first championship. So that'll be exciting too. And we've got some special things planned here as we lead up to that opening kickoff, as the Birmingham Stallions start to try and defend that title. So I love the banter back and forth between John DiFilippo and Skip Holtz down at the Daytona 500. So we've already got a nice built-in rivalry here in our home hub.
Hey, Jeff, by the way, Jeff reminds us you're a Syracuse guy. Do you have thoughts on Jim Boeheim stepping away after 47 years, Moose? It's an incredible run.
Unbelievable. I remember watching, I grew up in the Western New York area, and I remember going to a game. Niagara University had a pretty good basketball team at the time, and Syracuse came in with the Leo Rollins and Roosevelt Bowie team back in the day, and Jim Boeheim, that was early in his start. We got to know Jim, got to meet Jim around the facility at Manley Fieldhouse at Syracuse University. Just a class act. Had some tremendous basketball while I was at Syracuse University back in the heyday of the Big East. I got to see Chris Mullen play, during all those great Georgetown Syracuse rivalries with Patrick Ewing and John Thompson, Raleigh Massimino, Luke Hunter-Seca. It was unbelievable. And then as everything started to transition, all of a sudden here comes Providence and Seton Hall, as they get, PJ Carlissimo and the great coaching staffs that were on some of the smaller teams. So, my time at Syracuse was absolutely incredible. And I just, I remember, being there on the Keith Smart jump shot when Indiana beat Syracuse in the last second. They've had their hearts broken so many times in that tournament, and it's amazing to me that Jim Boeheim is retiring with only one national championship, because you looked at Syracuse at that time and you just thought they were one of the more dominant.
I believe we lost Moose there, but we
college basketball powers. But sad to see him leave. You know what? It's time.
Yep. Moose, thank you very much for your time. Great talking with you. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Come out and see us.
We'll do it. We'll do it. Take care. That is Daryl Johnston. He is the Executive Vice President of Operations for the USFL. TheUSFL.com to get tickets. And we thank Moose for joining us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. To make sure you've got an investment. I've got an update on Bill Self after LT tells us about our friends at Peachtree.
Yeah, let Peachtree Planning give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning. I sat down with Mark Burkholder and Clay McDowell years ago. I made some bad investments. A lot of you guys out there listening, watching, you've made bad investments. If you haven't, it's good for you, but a bad investment can set you back years on retirement. Let us tell you about our friends at Peachtree Planning. They're an independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients across the country. Let them do that audit, your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell, Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Call them today, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437, and tell them the next round sent you.
All right. Developing news with Bill Self. Right before we talked to Doug Gottlieb earlier, Brown told us that Kansas coach Bill Self would not be coaching today in the Big 12 tournament. Then Gottlieb, twice during his interview, gave us sort of a unique comment about, we were probably thinking virus or COVID or dehydration, something like that. And Gottlieb let us know in his answer when we asked him about Self not being there that it apparently was more serious, and it indeed is. According to reports, Logan Kadoff is the one reporting this. Per sources, Kansas head men's basketball coach Bill Self is at a hospital being treated for what is being now reported as an apparent heart attack. So he suffered a heart attack, but as Gottlieb had said, he's close friends with Self and thought he would be okay and would be back coaching. But the extent of the heart attack, any lasting ramifications or any of that, still not known at this hour. But according to reports now, the reason Bill Self would be missing the game today is an apparent heart attack. But he is resting and is at the moment okay. In a hospital at the big side of the Big 12 tournament there in, I believe, Kansas City.
Yeah,
right?
It is Kansas City. That's very unfortunate. And all the best to Coach Self from a sports perspective. I mean, that's the less important thing here, obviously. I mean, it would feel like it's hard to come back for an NCAA tournament after that.
I don't think you can.
I don't know if you can, depending on how severe it is and other things.
It's just too much stress.
Yeah, I mean that is about as stressful an environment as you could find in sports.
Yeah.
So,
and outside of Houston, Kansas, according to Vegas right now, is your second favorite. Second shortest.
And they're going to be
odds.
the overall number one seed. All that is secondary to his health. That is completely understood. But from a pure sports perspective, that is a really, really significant development for the NCAA tournament.
The SEC basketball tournament's underway. Mississippi State with an early 4-point lead over Florida. The winner gets Alabama. Brown's about to tell you about our friends at MyBookie to get you into the game. Ole Miss, Tennessee later today is -5.5 at MyBookie for Tennessee in that contest. After Brown tells you about MyBookie, I'll give you the Auburn line as it plays at mybookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag is where you go and use code NEXTROUND. When you use code NEXTROUND, you get a deposit bonus up to $2,000. You heard me right, a deposit bonus up to $2,000 when you use code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Now, a lot of places are going to give you a deposit bonus, but what that deposit bonus, the string that's attached, you got to play it like 5 times, 6 times, up to 10 times sometimes for it to actually become yours. Not at mybookie.ag. There are no strings attached. That deposit bonus is in your account. You play it one time and it is yours forever. Whether you're playing to make a lot of money or you just want to have a little fun and make the games more interesting, mybookie.ag is the place to go. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you go there. On the conference tournaments, the big tournament, the NBA games, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, use that code NEXTROUND at sign up, and you got up to $2,000 in your account with a sign-up bonus. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Auburn Rolling is a 3-point underdog in that game tonight. It goes at 6 o'clock, part of the night session there. 4 games today there in Nashville. We'll be there tomorrow with our show live. We're at Losers right outside of Bridgestone Arena. We've talked about Auburn a lot. This Arkansas team, which has never been whole all year long until late, and they looked like they had turned the corner. Then they lost to Alabama in a game they probably should have won in Tuscaloosa, and they sort of have gone very 500 down the stretch here to wrap up this regular season.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. When Nick Smith first came back, he wasn't getting minutes, and then he busted out. But this is an Arkansas team that has lost 5 of their last 7 games. And and they're all what you would deem quality losses: Mississippi State, Texas A&M, Alabama, Tennessee, and Kentucky. But still, if Arkansas wants to get to where they want to go, they got to start playing better basketball.
Here's Eric Musselman about getting asked about how the team's confidence is going in to the SEC tournament.
How do you feel about these guys going in, and just where do you think the confidence level is with you, the staff, the players, everybody?
Well, I mean, hopefully I'm always confident and have great belief in the team. I'm not taking any shots. I mean, we need the team to feel confident. We need the team to believe that we can win. I'm hopeful and think that this team is excited to go play again. But we have an opponent that's going to be excited too, and that's what makes these games so competitive. Sure, everybody on Auburn's excited as well, and that's the mentality that everybody should have.
Yeah, that's Eric Musselman before they made the trip to Nashville. Both teams shot around last night. They go tonight. Action underway today. Also happening in the ACC tournament where Miami leads Wake Forest 55-40. So Miami, as that game is about halfway through the second half, looks like they'll be advancing at the ACC tournament. UAB in action tonight. We'll do a little college football when we come back, and then we'll catch up with Rockstar. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, make it Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, small. It's going to help your kids academically. Beautiful campus, Southern Living raves about it. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Maybe they want to continue your son or daughter their athletic career from high school to college. Schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Make sure to start your day at Next Round.
I want you to hear about a new beginning. I mean, 50 years of Wayne's, but it's a new beginning for Hugh Freeze down at Auburn. Here's Keontae Scott. He's an Auburn DB talking about just the different feel inside the facility with Hugh Freeze and his mostly new coaching staff.
What's been kind of the first impressions in working with this new staff out on the field?
Definitely, you could tell everybody wants to win. That's been stated, and everyone's giving everyone a free chance and a chance to get better and a chance to get on the field. So everyone's super excited, and the strength staffs, everyone's just doing really good at their jobs per se, and just being able to help us improve every day, get 1% better every day.
So Auburn gets back at it after spring break on Monday. Alabama actually starts drills coming up on Monday. One of the bigger stories in college football today, Josh Gaddis becoming the offensive coordinator there and quarterbacks coach at Maryland. And that's where Kevin Sumlin is now too, right? So Sumlin's on that coaching staff. Jake Spavital's on that coaching staff now. Mike Loxley, of course, the head coach. So really some successful or really well thought of coordinators and one-time head coaches that are now on that coaching staff at Maryland. And you hope it shows with the results on the field if you're a Terps fan. Our friends at Wayne's have been giving you results for 50 years, and right now Wayne's wants to say thank you with a little discount off of their mosquito and termite protection right now. You can jump in with those mosquito protection. It's that time of year when the rain gets through us today and tomorrow. You'll be out in that backyard again, and that mosquito service can help so much this time of year, so you're not always swatting mosquitoes and don't want to spend time in your backyard around the grill or playing on those play sets. Wayne's can take care of you, and they're giving you $50 off that mosquito service, $50 off their lawn service as well, and you can stack those and save big by just using the promo code TNR. The promo code is TNR. Just go to the website, callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com, or you can call them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Pest and termite, the mosquito and the lawn service. It's all right there at Wayne's. Existing customers or new customers, you can save $50 on those services and stack them up. Big savings. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. If I ask the question, Mark Stoops at Kentucky, have we seen him hit the peak of his time of coaching at Kentucky and it's all downhill from here? Can Mark Stoops keep it going at the level he's been at, sustain the success? Or do you think there's another level Mark Stoops can get Kentucky? Which one of those threes do you think is more true?
Here's the way I would see it. Okay, so they've won 10 games. That seems like a ceiling for Kentucky football. I do believe Devin Leary, when healthy, will be the best quarterback that he has had. With that said, the East is getting better. You obviously have Georgia, who's the absolute power right now.
So you may have missed a little bit of a window.
Maybe so. Tennessee is coming up.
South Carolina.
South Carolina's right there with them. And, I don't know what to think about Florida. I mean, I think Kentucky's in a better spot than Florida right now. When you look at Kentucky, their out-of-conference schedule is just flat-out awful. Have y'all seen it?
Yeah. I have not, but it doesn't surprise me. Do they still play Louisville?
Yeah, they do at the end of the year. Traditionally, the other three games are pretty bad.
Disgusting. Ball State, Eastern Kentucky, Akron.
Yeah. And they've never really challenged themselves at a conference outside of the annual Louisville.
And then you go to Vanderbilt, and then you've got Florida at home. I mean, there is a great chance they start 5-0 before they've got to go to Georgia.
I think the answer to your question is Liam Cohen. And I don't know if that means yes or no. I just think if Liam Cohen can inject some life into this offense? No, he hasn't hit his peak, but if he doesn't, he may have.
Here's Mark Stoops talking about Devin Leary, the one-time NC State All-ACC quarterback who's now the quarterback of record there in Lexington.
How have you seen Devin just being around the building, one practice, to kind of take a leadership role?
Devin is just waiting to lead, and what I mean by waiting is he's earning it and he's doing it respectfully. He can take over a room in 5 minutes, but he knows that it's about going out and proving it day in and day out and not forcing that. You've heard me talk about that before. I think it's very important to just be authentic, be who you are, but also lead and find your voice and at the right time in the right moment. And I think he is certainly, very, let's just put it this way, it'll be very easy for him to step into a full command type of position. He's that kind of guy.
Does not sound like there's a quarterback battle in Lexington, Kentucky, right?
No. And I do, to answer your question, though, I don't think he'll ever win 10 games again at Kentucky.
So he's hit his ceiling then?
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, we'll catch up with Rockstar on the road. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. Air conditioning, heating. If you're in that part of the country, it needs the heating done. Hemphill can take care of you, but also plumbing needs as well. Toilet's not draining fast enough. Maybe a sink's not draining fast enough. Maybe they're clogged. They can take care of all that for you too, LT. Our friends at Hemphill.
I had a friend had a dryer vent, and it needed to be completely replaced. So I called Hemphill for them. They came out. They replaced that. They hauled the old part off. I mean, anything you need, these guys can handle. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Back with you on the next round. Before we bring the guy in that we haven't seen in forever, Brownie's going to tell us about our friends at Alabama Power, and then we'll get reconnected with our buddy Rockstar.
Oh, I like that, Jim. I like the play on words there. Rockstar, I'm sure, misses that, by the way. Alabama Power makes it very, very easy for you to pay your power bill. I did it this morning. You can use some of the things in the digital wallet you're already familiar with. How about Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, Venmo, easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started today.
Okay, let's bring in Rockstar here from the road. Tulsa, Oklahoma, I believe is right. Is that correct?
We are in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You are correct. How's everybody doing?
Everybody's, I miss you. We miss you. Can you do me a favor, though? Can you just lift the camera up and put it even in your face? I want to check and see if we got a little double chin Rockstar yet. Have you put on any road weight?
I probably have. Yeah, I probably have. I think I have. There's no scales available, but I'm pretty sure I put on a pound or 6.
Yeah, we went to the Floribama while you were gone. I've gained weight too, so it'll be happy fat Jim by the time you make it back too.
Hey, what is weather like in Tulsa right now?
It is currently sleeting. A lot of places. We left Oklahoma City last night, and it was almost a torrential downpour when we left the venue. And I think it was about a 3-hour drive to here today. So this is a shorter drive. We were from Colorado Springs to Oklahoma City. It was like a 12-hour drive. That was real fun. But yeah, it's a little tiring. It's a little exhausted, ready to be home.
Hey, so I don't know if you knew this when you were gone, but your dad's firm won the chili cook-off. But the reason,
all right,
yeah, and I'm sure he probably doesn't know either.
I was the judge, so you're welcome.
So the reason I bring it up is Steve Henniger's a big fan of the Tulsa King, like I am. The new Taylor Sheridan show that was on first season just ended about a month ago. Any buzz up there at all? You seen Sylvester Stallone walking the streets?
Lance, I'm going to give you a little insight when we do a tour stop. So far today, the bus is parked and we've slept. We are at the Cox Business Center, which is not living up to its name. It's just a business center. We have walked. You have to walk through this huge lobby. It's almost like the BJCC, this huge lobby. Then you have to walk up escalator that is broken. Then you have to walk 2 flights of steps. Then you have to walk through another gigantic hallway, walk across the stage into this dressing room, which I am right now. And that is all that I've seen of Tulsa today. I have not seen one employee, have not seen one Tulsa native. This place is pretty dead until we start setting up. So I have not spoken. There's nowhere to eat around here, so it's going to be fun. It's probably going to have to be an Uber ride if we want to get something for lunch.
Michael suggests you visit the Bob Dylan Museum in Tulsa. That does sound fun.
I don't think we have time. That's the thing. We don't have time to do that stuff. If it was an off day, those are the days we get to actually go places that we're not restricted on time. But to give you I haven't been with you for about a week. Last Tuesday, this is fun. I woke up with bumps on my head. I had one on the back of my head, the top of my head, the side of my head, and behind my ear.
Like
the very, very
like zits or bumps or bites, or was like somebody like knots people that hit you in the head while you were asleep?
Let's get there. And I wondered what it was. And I was given a little anti-anxiety medication because we were driving through ice last Monday, and we were kind of fishtailing a little bit on a massive bus. And so it was freaking me out. So I was going to take one of these anxiety pills. But I woke up and I had these bumps on my head. So I was like, well, damn it, I have an allergic reaction or something. And they were super painful. The one behind my ear is super painful. And I found out that I went to a doc in the box in Tacoma, Washington, walked all the way I walked about a mile to a dock in the box. It closed at 6. At 5 p.m. I walked in, and the girl said, he's not seeing anybody. He's with his last patient right now. I said, well, it's 5 o'clock. She's like, we can't see you. I'm so sorry. That you can go to the medical center, which is another mile up the road, and go to urgent care. So I walked another mile up the road to the urgent care, and there was about 70 people in the waiting room. So I just had to nix it. And so I found out, I talked to a nurse on the phone that was a friend of Nancy's, and she said what it sounded like was I wore a toboggan one day or a hat or something like that, and I must have had an open wound or something like that, a little cut that irritated my lymphatic system. And so when my lymph node's behind my ear, it's finally gone down, but I'm telling you, it's one of the most painful things. It's the back of your head, even sleep on it. It's now they're just like itchy little, you can't really see them anymore, but it's super painful. And so performing under those, screaming and stuff like that with these super painful bumps have been a little bit of a task. So that's the week that y'all missed, that they're finally going to start swelling down.
Yeah, it looks like your head's been shaved even closer. Did you shave it tighter?
No, this is how I always do it. But okay. I missed about 3 weeks shaving it because it hurt so bad. Like even the touch, I was like, if I razor guard it or whatever, I'm sure it's going to make a scar and pop it or something like that. So I've tried to avoid it. But I shaved it, I think, on Saturday.
Do you think you'll ever have to look at the lyrics of "Go Your Own Way" again, or you think you have it memorized for the rest of your life?
It's funny you say that. There is a song called "I Don't Want to Know," which is track number 9 on the album that Jess and I have to duet on, and I have sung that song probably 150 times. And last night I screwed up a chorus, and we're in unison the whole time. So if I screw up, she screws up. I went to the second chorus as opposed to the first chorus. So she looked at me and laughed. It was just a couple words, but it's just, you are in autopilot and sometimes you just screw up. It happens. And I did last night. So Go Your Own Way, not yet, but I do screw up on the album quite often.
If you never hear another Fleetwood Mac song, will it be too soon?
I'm pretty tired of it.
Yeah.
I was never the biggest fan in the first place. Some of their songs I do really like. But I was telling somebody earlier, I've never been to the guys like, I'm gonna listen to some Fleetwood Mac and just get on my Spotify and listen to some Fleetwood Mac. So I've never been the biggest fan. I totally respect what they do. They're super talented. They got good songs, but I've just never been a big listener of them.
I wonder, do you have an appreciation now for why some artists stop playing some of their biggest hits when they're out on tour? Yeah.
Well, yes and no. The only thing is we don't have variation. Our set list remains the same. Some artists, what they do is they'll kind of, let's play the hit first tonight as opposed to the encore. Let's surprise the audience with our biggest hit first. And we can't do that. We are so structured. Everything is so supposed to be in time that you know exactly, like, we're not going to play this song till 7 songs from now. And like, I really don't like performing this song, but I do love performing this song. It's just, that's the only thing, is every night is pretty much the same. Faces change, venues change, but it's the same set list, and that kind of gets weary on you. So yes, I understand that, but artists have the ability to put the song wherever they want to put it.
Okay, I'm looking at the best restaurants ranked in Tulsa, and at number 29 and 30, you tell me which one you would go to. The White Lion is 29. It is a British bar. It says it has the best bangers and mash anywhere.
Yeah.
Authentic British pub. Number 30 is the Texas Roadhouse. It just says awesome.
It's just awesome?
Awesome.
That's a chain, is it not?
Oh, yeah. Texas Roadhouse, 100% a chain.
You and I think, waited tables there one night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the peanuts.
Well, I don't know what we're doing tonight. Where are we tomorrow? We're in Wichita tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think. I think that's another good drive, but it's been fun. It's been taxing. We were in a school auditorium yesterday. That was an interesting show. It was kind of a smaller crowd in Oklahoma City. I was confused because we were walking to get something to eat, and there's all these Oklahoma University banners, OU, everywhere. I'm like, why is it in Oklahoma City? And so we looked it up, and it's their nursing school, their medical school division is in Oklahoma City. So, because it was in a neighborhood that had no places to eat. I was like, this can't be Oklahoma's university because there is nothing here. It is barren.
No, Norman's about like Tuscaloosa to Birmingham away. We miss you so much. Bud Light, is there a Bud Light question we can do off of a poll question we can do off of Rockstar? Here, can you think of one Rockstar or poll question for you? Like, for instance, when do you get back to town? Wednesday?
It's next Tuesday around 3 p.m., 4 p.m.
Okay. Because, like,
we got a 13-hour drive.
like your first full day back is Wednesday. Should we do Rockstar Does Trivia next Wednesday or not? Because some of our viewers think Nancy will kill you if you do trivia next Wednesday night because, you need to be romantic next Wednesday night.
Yeah. Well, also we need this thing called money, and that thing is a paycheck. So I'll probably be able to do it. But I got something for you guys. Lance will enjoy this. You know the game 6 Degrees of Separation, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Yes.
I invented a new game that Ben and I'll show you all a clip that we did last night that we've been doing for the past 3 nights on the bus. That what it is I give you 2 actors. You have to connect those actors to each other by film in the least amount of films possible. For example, somebody came up last night and said Angelina Jolie to Anthony Hopkins. So I said I could get it in 2. And mine was Angelina Jolie was in Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Brad Pitt, who was in Meet Joe Black with Anthony Hopkins.
Oh, okay. Give me one.
Last night we did Give Me Jack Nicholson to Macaulay Culkin.
Jack Nicholson to Macaulay Culkin.
I got it.
Do you already have it?
Nope.
No, you don't.
I had it for a second.
There'll be times when you'll be doing because you get confused in your head, and you'll connect himself to the same actor.
Fill apart real quick.
Oh, I will go Jack Nicholson to.
It's not that easy.
It's somebody that's in Casino with Pesci.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying
works with Nicholson somewhere along the way.
Then you go to Home Alone. With Pesci
different paths you can take.
Yeah, that's the way I would go.
That's the way I would go too. But I'm trying to think who Jack Nicholson worked with that also worked with Pesci.
Yeah, but hey,
first you can always go to The Departed.
First off, Pesci in Home Alone, that was a big gamble for me because when I was saying it, I was like, they're about to laugh that Pesci was not in Home Alone, but he's, I thought that's who it was.
Ben's crutch is everybody's connected to JFK, the movie. If you can find somebody in JFK, and mine was everybody's connected to somebody in The Outsiders. So if I can get somebody to The Outsiders, I can get somebody.
Yeah, that's a good game, Rockstar.
Yep. All right, Rocky, man. Safe travels. Hurry up.
Thank you.
So next Wednesday, you're on the show with us, or next Thursday?
Next Wednesday. I'll be home Tuesday, ready to go Wednesday, hopefully. Try to do a routine.
Center of the Universe is in Tulsa, too. It was part of the Tulsa King, but literally they say the Center of the Universe is one of the landmarks there.
Yeah.
Is it within walking distance of the Cox Center?
I don't know.
Yeah. I think LT misses sometimes that you have been trying not to do any Ubers, right? You're just doing walking distance.
We do some walking. The Ubers tend to add up, and it's not good. Especially you don't want to take an Uber for a 3-mile drive, but you also don't want to walk 3 miles. And then so it's just if there's a lot of peanut butter and jellies on the bus, a lot of them.
I love a good peanut butter and jelly.
I don't want to go eat right now.
Yeah. All right, Rocky. Safe travels, man. We got one more segment to do here before we head up to Nashville. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Final segment of the show. If you missed it, not a lot of details, but according to sources, Kansas head men's basketball coach Bill Self, who is in a hospital and will not coach today, we do know that much. Sources are saying he had an apparent heart attack, the severity of that heart attack, and any prognosis or any of that not being fully reported yet. It became aware right before we interviewed Doug Gottlieb early in the show, live here on the Next Round, that it was more serious than just dehydration or a common cold or something like that. By the way, Gottlieb answered some questions here. Here's how it, and Gottlieb and he are friends from way back in the day. This is how Gottlieb answered the question about Bill Self not coaching tonight. Listen if you pick up anything.
Well, I mean, the first thing is Bill's not only an Oklahoma State alum, former Oklahoma State point guard, dear friend of mine, and I hope he's feeling better. I don't know the depth of the illness. There's, but I have been told that he's hopefully going to be okay. So but anyway, that's the first thing. Norm Roberts, has been a head coach at St. John's. He's been his right-hand man going back, before he took the St. John's job. So he's obviously equipped, but Bill is probably the best game coach in college basketball. Maybe not probably, in terms of his adjustments. Not just his command and control of everything Kansas basketball. It opens up that tournament, makes you think, okay, let's see what Kansas is going to look like. And hopefully he's back. But if it's an illness that keeps him out for a while, this is a team that should be the number 1 overall seed. Not having their head coach, especially a great game coach, is a dramatic change.
Yeah, so that was Gottlieb live with us earlier today.
2 uses of the word hopefully there were what jumped out at me when Doug answered it that way with his personal relationship with Self. If it's dehydration or COVID or something like that, you probably don't talk in terms of hopefully he'll be back with the team. And that's when I started to worry, about how much deeper this might be for Bill Self, is when I heard that answer.
Well, and you asked Doug Gottlieb, too, about Jalen Clark from UCLA. I mean, what's the bigger loss right now? Jalen Clark from UCLA or Bill Self?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he described Bill Self as the best in-game coach in college basketball. I'll take Doug Gottlieb's word for that. I don't know basketball well enough to know who the best in-game coach in college basketball is, but if it's Bill Self, that's easily the difference between winning a tournament and not winning a tournament. I mean, there's a lot of in-game coaching you got to be really good at to win a tournament. Now, when you lose your second leading scorer and the defensive player of the year, I guess in a lot of ways that's a bigger loss.
Yeah, it could be. Depends on who's handling the Kansas job and how the players react to it, and do they mind their P's and Q's when they're on the road, that you've got to be on the road for 6 games to win a national championship like they did last year. My bookie, before we give you some final thoughts and get out of here today in a scoreboard update from Nashville.
Yeah, mybookie.ag, code next round is where you go if you want to play some of these games. Auburn, Arkansas, the Hogs are a 3.5-point favorite in that one. UAB about a 2-touchdown favorite tonight over Rice. So you can play either one of those games and all the games right there at mybookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND when you sign up at mybookie.ag, and you get a deposit bonus up to $20,000 or up to $2,000. That would be news. The mybookie.ag people just passed out me saying that. $2,000, not $20,000, up to $2,000. It is yours right away. You only have to bet it one time for it to be yours. No strings attached on that one. All the conference tournament games, the bigger games coming up over the next 3 weeks, NBA, UFC fights, MLB, all of that right there at mybookie.ag, even weekly blackjack tournaments. You can see more. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
This is exactly the way you want to play if you're Mississippi State. Game one of the SEC tournament today, 36-26. They lead it at the half. They came out. They led 30-17. They came out there clicking. It's exactly what State needs to do today to lock in that NCAA tournament bid.
Look, if they're going to win, they're going to win with defense, and obviously the defense, Florida's on pace for what? It's not quite a half yet, right?
It is at the half right now. It's on that TV number 3 here in the commercial break at the half.
Yeah, I'm seeing 36-24 with 38 seconds to go. Anyway.
You're going to get one more Florida bucket, I bet.
So Florida on pace, then 52 points. Mississippi State again second in the conference, holding opponents to a little over 60 points per game. This is how Mississippi State wins games. Not fun to watch, but Chris Jans has done a really good job. You don't see any elite players, especially any elite scorers on that roster, but their defense is lights out.
They're going to be a tournament team.
Oh, State's in the tournament, I think. And there's likely one less team on the bubble right now to worry you. Michigan's about to lose to Rutgers. One of those teams probably was going to be out of the tournament no matter how that game went. So that was expected, but it looks like Michigan's probably out of this thing. Yeah. So that's just one less team you got to worry about behind you.
Okay, so that game is happening. Miami is going to survive Wake Forest at the ACC tournament. We go live tomorrow from Losers on Broadway, and they are going to open the doors early for Alabama fans at Losers tomorrow because we're going to be there. So we go live at 9. There you see us on the road to Nashville, Tennessee, and they'll open the doors at 10 o'clock. We'll have some Red Mod Vodka specials for you at Losers tomorrow, so come by and get ready for day number 3 and the top 4 seeds day Friday, the quarterfinals at the SEC tournament, starting with Alabama and the winner of Mississippi State and Florida. So doors open at 10, our show's live at 9, and we'll be there until it's time to walk across the street and go to the SEC basketball tournament at Losers on Broadway with our friends at Redmond Vodka. You guys have a great day. God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway.